We're going to be diving into a lot of teams, but we have some pretty bad injury news, I want to say. I mean, there isn't too many positive news that we've had today so far, other than Harrison does fully practice on Friday. So it looks like Harrison may be trending towards good to go on Monday night. The issue, of course, is you're going to need confirmation before you can actually plan on starting him, because he plays on Monday, super late game on Monday as well. So you want to make sure that he is 100% before you bench your Sunday options and then be left with nobody. Obviously, if you wanted to plan on him, you could possibly pick up Michael Wilson as a backup. Quentin Johnston as our next option here. Doesn't practice. I would go ahead and I'll drop him. Ladd McConkey gets in a limited practice. Same thing here. We're going to need to see 100% Ladd McConkey for tomorrow if we are going to plan on taking him on Monday nights. Zamir White, questionable for week 7. Zamir White, honestly, shouldn't even be on your team, but I mean, this is somewhat important in that if Zamir White does play, then all of a sudden Alexander Madison goes from a borderline flex option to somebody you can't even think about. Ricky Pearsall will make a season debut in week 7. Cannot wait for this. Not from a regular fantasy football perspective, but I drafted a lot of them in underdog drafts thinking that Ayuk was on the way out. So I would really, really like if we could get, a decent week or two out of Pearsall at some point this season. Obviously, don't pick him up in your regular league, though. Jordan Mason, not listed on the injury report for week 7. So Jordan Mason, 100% lock him in. He'll be good to go. Juwan Jennings is going to be out for week 7. So, maybe if you are in a deeper league, you could go through and you could pick up Ricky Pearsall, but still probably not. Still probably the 4th option in this offense. Amari Cooper will play week 7. I would play Amari in a good spot against the Titans with lowered expectations. Rachaad White gets in a limited practice. This is what's interesting here is, so Mike Evans gets injured on Thursday and does not practice on Friday. This is pretty much the same thing that we have seen with these other guys that get injured late in the week with a hamstring. We saw, say, A.J. Brown miss time with this. So it will be very important to monitor what you have with Mike Evans. I think even if Evans were to play, we're probably going to go ahead, lower expectations just a bit. Obviously, Chris Godwin is a must-start player regardless. But maybe this makes Godwin like a top 5 wide receiver yet again in fantasy. It's going to be a tough spot going up against Baltimore game later in the week as well. Brian Robinson Jr. listed as questionable for week 7. If Robinson does play, obviously you're jamming him in. I'm personally, selfishly, hoping that Brian Robinson actually misses this week because I'm playing against him. Sal has him in the Flock League, and he's going up against Carolina this week. So Brian Robinson Jr. will absolutely crush me if he does play. So I'd rather not have to go against him. Dallas Goedert listed out for week 7. So obviously don't plan on playing Dallas Goedert. Devonta Smith gets a slight bump upwards. So Trey Sermon not listed on the injury report for week 7. And at the same time, you have no Jonathan Taylor. Now, with that being said, if you look at what Trey Sermon did this past week, the man was a bum. The man did absolutely nothing. Goodson had the usage as a receiver. Sermon had, a decent amount of opportunities, was just laughably inefficient with them. You have Anthony Richardson starting here for the Colts this week. So what I would assume we actually see here is I would assume that you have a lower check down rate to whoever running back is starting for Indy. And at the same time, you're probably in a situation in which Richardson could steal a goal line rushing touchdown. So obviously Sermon, you could start if you really wanted to. I personally don't want to though. Josh Downs, Alec Pierce, both listed questionable for week 7. If Downs were to miss, Pittman may be viable. Lockett should be good to go. ETN listed questionable. You should get the Travis Etienne update by the time you have to make any other decisions, though, just because he is playing so early with the London game. Now, I will say, even if Etienne does play, obviously I don't want to put Etienne in my lineup. Last week you get negative fantasy points, and now he's dealing with a hamstring. No, thank you. Tyler Conklin, good to go. Don't care about Odell. Levis listed as questionable. Don't care about this. If you look at sportsbooks right now, you actually have the Tennessee Titans projected to be the worst offense in the NFL this week. No, thank you. Dontavian Wicks listed as questionable. Obviously, if Wicks were to miss, then at that point, Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs both become a little bit more appealing. Jacoby Myers, doubtful for week 7. So obviously, no Myers, no Adams. Means Bowers is a must-start name. And I do want to reiterate, I mean, now I think a lot of people are coming around and agreeing with us. A couple weeks ago, y'all were nuts on Trey Tucker. But Tucker, probably not somebody that you want to start. But it definitely somebody you can start if you're just extremely desperate. I do want to reiterate, though, similar to what we said with Bob Means this past week. Wide receivers that don't have the talent profile, that are in garbage offenses, they're not going to be able to step in and produce. It's not like the running back position. So, I mean, you can go with Tucker if you really, really need to, but I think you have such a low floor. I want it. James Cook, not listed on the injury report. 100% please plan on starting James Cook. Jordan Whittington expected to play. Whittington, I don't want to rely upon. If Kupp doesn't go and you add Kupp, maybe Whittington can be a backup option. But Kupp is expected to be a game time decision for week 7. Everything that's been coming out of Los Angeles, they've made it seem like Cooper Kupp is going to be good to go, but obviously, I'm sure that they're going to be as safe as they possibly can be with Kupp. If he does start, obviously, he is in your starting lineup. Hopefully, we get another update tomorrow. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, not listed on the injury report for week 7. Obviously, we're not starting Clyde Edwards-Helaire, but if CH does have 20-30% of this backfield, it may eat into Kareem Hunt just a bit. TJ Hawkinson, questionable. If Hawkinson does play, I wouldn't put him in your lineup this week in a regular redraft league, but I'd be super excited. It'd be fun to watch. I think the Vikings-Lions game should probably be one of the best games of the week, not the best. Derek Carr, very likely to return by week 9. Status for week 8 remains uncertain. I do want to reiterate what we've been saying previously. With no Derek Carr in this offense, the only person that's startable is Alvin Kamara. And we even lower expectations with Kamara with Derek Carr gone. Once Carr is back, then at that point, you can start Chris Olave. But obviously, assuming Olave is good to go next week. Juju dealing with a hamstring. I probably wouldn't want to start Juju regardless if we can avoid it, but especially a banged up Juju. Devon Achane going to be good to go. Already knew that. Now, this was a funny story that developed today. So Mike Tomlin came out 30 minutes before this and said he was not ready to name a starter. It's going to remain in-house before Sunday. And then immediately after, George Pickens goes, oh yeah, Russell Wilson and I are getting in extra work after practice with this first week starting. Which, I mean, I don't even know why they were trying to pretend like they were hiding it. We were told at the very beginning of the week that Russell Wilson was starting. And yeah, you bump up Pickens with Russ. I don't know if it's good for the Steelers. Probably not good for the Steelers from a real life perspective. But for fantasy football, Russell Wilson's not going to monopolize or cannibalize as many fantasy points in this offense, just taking for himself with the rushing as Justin Fields would. So you bump up Pickens and you actually probably bump up Najee a bit as well. Malik Neighbors is going to be good to go week 7. Nick Chubb is expected to make his season debut. Now, we were told earlier in the week as well that we should expect Nick Chubb for them to play it safe. So I wouldn't go out there and I wouldn't like jam in Nick Chubb. Obviously exciting, especially as you have no Jerome Ford. And like I said at the beginning of the week, you can just go ahead and cut Jerome Ford at this point. Spears ruled out, so 100% jam in. Tony Pollard should be an absolute smash. Devontae Adams going to be 100% good to go as well. You can start Adams. Surprised Mike Williams will actually be playing here. We knew Anthony Richardson was going to start. Jonathan Taylor ruled out. Like we said, not super excited about Trey Sermon. I probably am going to be starting Anthony Richardson in the Flock League over Brock Purdy. One, because Sal traded me Anthony Richardson, so the revenge narrative is strong here. And if you know anything about managing a fantasy football team, you got to give these guys in the locker room what they want, right? And Anthony Richardson wants some revenge on his former team. So we're going to go through, and I will be starting Anthony Richardson in the Flock League, 4-point passing touchdown format over Brock Purdy in a tough matchup. I am excited about it. But the offensive coordinator in Tampa says all 3 Buccaneers running backs will get a series early. Whoever has success will get more action. So what this means is it means it's a 3-man running back by committee where you cannot start a single player. I would probably have Bucky Irving, Rashad White, Sean Tucker all rostered, obviously not all on the same team, but if any of the guys are sitting out there in your waiver wire, pick them up, throw them on your bench. Maybe one of them takes over and gets a starting job. It's a good offense. But are you starting him in week 7 before we know what the workload looks like? I wouldn't. Deontay Johnson listed questionable for week 7. Literally, it's been the case all month. Deontay isn't at practice, then he plays the game. So I'm planning on playing Deontay Johnson. Maybe I'm wrong. Devin Singletary is going to play. Tyrone Tracy will see significant playing time, though. I'm expecting Singletary is still going to be the starter, but with this, I probably wouldn't start Singletary. I probably wouldn't start Tracy either. Similar to the Bucs situation, I think you'd afford to keep both guys in your bench, see what the workload looks like, and then maybe start somebody in week 8. Jonathan Brooks ruled out week 7. Already knew that would be the case. Yeah, Taylor wasn't even at practice today, so Taylor may be missing a decent amount of time here. James Cook expected to play week 7. We already talked about that. We already talked about all this nonsense. Maybe not Ramondre Stevenson. Ramondre Stevenson is trending towards being a game time decision, was at practice. I have Ramondre Stevenson in the Flock League. I decided to start Javonte Williams instead. I wouldn't trust Ramondre. It's a good matchup, but still, it's a London game where in general, we are trying to avoid these London game options just because there's so much uncertainty. Ramondre was already in a committee in a horrible offense before this. Still that case. Drake May said he'll be playing in week 7. So now that we officially have May under center for the Pats, I actually would bump Demario Douglas up our rankings just a bit. Aaron Jones likely to play week 7 here as well. So with Aaron Jones playing week 7, I think you could start him. Obviously, most weeks we're expecting high-end RB2 production. This week going up against the Detroit Lions while he's banged up with the hamstring, I probably wouldn't be that hopeful for Aaron Jones. But still, at the end of the day, this is a running back where you will have the receiving usage. It's a tough matchup, but it has been a good offense so far this season. I think if you have him, you probably start him, but you probably just lower your expectations in comparison to where they've been previously. Okay. Now moving over to our next spot, we will have Ramondre Stevenson game time decision. We already talked about that. We already talked about all this nonsense. So I think that should be it in terms of the injury updates that we have right now. Obviously, if any other news breaks, we will talk about it, but let's go ahead and let's get to some of the reviews that we have on the site. We actually have a bunch of team reviews that we are going to be able to get to here. And of course, if you have not done so already, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. I have live streamed every single day during the fantasy football season in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and now in 2024 without taking a day off, 5 years straight. So if you're not hitting the like button for that, if you're not subscribed for that, I don't know what I would have to do. And also, if you ever wanted to get a team review or ask a start sit question or a trade question or anything, you could always do it over on flockfantasy.com, where if you go over to the link at the very top right where it says expert advice or just the button, there you can actually send a super message, start sit question, trade question, or a team review. And you can actually do that at any time of the day. You don't even have to go to the live stream, because as soon as I answer your question or break down your team in a live stream, we are going to send you an custom link through flockfantasy.com, which will take you to the exact time that I answered your question in the stream. So even if you're not out in the live stream, or even if you want to ask a question, then leave the stream and watch it later, you 100% can do that on the site whenever you want. And we stream every single day, answer every question every day. If you wanted a full-blown team review, though, I definitely would recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free, that was the old pick. You get a free pick when you sign up. Right now, it's going to be the free Aaron Rodgers more than less than half a total yard for the Sunday game. And you can find that link in the live chat description. Just use code FLOCK. That way you can also get the 50% deposit bonus as well as a free team review through flockfantasy.com. And just set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way I know who to hook up with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over and answer this question here from Rips God says, I'm in the top 5 in the Flock team graph, but Dak and Lamb have underperformed, and Harrison has been a letdown. I'm 2-4 in a double flex format, half PPR. Dak and my tight end spot are killing me. Should I trade or hold and hope that they bounce back? Should have sold Dak when you suggested. Yeah, I mean, the entire thing that we talked about with Dak being a sell high after the Baltimore game, I think he dropped 30 points in that, is just for me personally, viewing Dak Prescott, I mean, the rushing upside is not there for us to say that he is anything more than just like a streaming option. Where if you were looking at, say, like Jared Goff, Sam Darnold, Kirk Cousins, a lot of these quarterbacks that are possibly out there on the waiver wire, I don't see a big difference between Dak and those options. So honestly, at this point now, I think most people are kind of agreeing with that. And it would probably be a little too hard to sell Dak Prescott. I think the move now is you either hold on to him or you just go ahead and you just, I don't know, maybe drop him for somebody else off the waiver wire if you really don't like him. I mean, waiver wire options right now, you have Sam Darnold's, you have Geno Smith. So, I mean, there are guys, I personally would keep Dak. I have Dak ranked ahead of these players the rest of season. I love that we picked up Anthony Richardson because I think Anthony Richardson does give us enough rushing upside to get there. And good news is it's an 8-team league, right? So with this being an 8-team format, it's a start 8 league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So in this format, quarterback's going to make up a slightly lower percentage of your starting lineup output weekly. So I think at this point, we are just chilling with the quarterback room that we have. But going over to running back, we are sitting with Jacobs, Connor, Hunt, Najee, Moss. So it's a running back room that has a lot of depth. It doesn't necessarily have that elite RB1 here. Obviously, a 2-4 roster, we're more so prioritizing production in the lineup right this second rather than long-term upside. So looking at this room, are there any running backs that we want to say, oh, it's 2-4, maybe we can't afford to hold on to Christian McCaffrey, hoping he comes back later in the season. Maybe we have to cash out and maybe we have to go get whatever production that we can right now. But I think it's a great running back room for the format that we're playing in. That's a little bit deeper. It's a half PPR league as well. So with this being a half PPR format, I mean, you are a little more incentivized to throw a running back depth piece in the flex in comparison to wide receiver. Going over to wide receiver, we have Lamb, London, so 2 top 10 wide receivers rest of season. Harrison, maybe on a 2-4 team, would be somebody that I'd be looking to sell if he was going to miss time with this concussion, but it sounds like he's going to be good to go. It sounds like he's coming right back in this week, potentially. We have Pittman here. I mean, with Downs dealing with an injury, maybe with the Richardson stack, and we just bet on a big A-Ridge bounce back. I think it's a great wide receiver room. Going over to tight end, we have Evan Ingram and Cole Kmet. I understand that maybe tight end was garbage before this, but picking up Kmet off the waiver wire and getting Evan Ingram with the full-blown breakout, I think that puts you in a really good spot. I potentially would pivot from Khalil Shakir over to Keon Coleman. Obviously, we have them ranked pretty much back-to-back here, so it is up to you and your personal preference on that. But in terms of waiver wire moves, I don't think we would do anything with this team. If this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, what I would for sure do is trade Najee and Harrison to get to the best wide receiver that we can to help us out right this second. But I don't know realistically if we should be doing that in the deeper format where it's a half PPR league where we actually want to go through and we want to rely upon some of these running backs in the flex. Maybe if you wait another 2 weeks and Anthony Richardson looks like he's not startable, I think Richardson's going to be a bad real life quarterback, but he could get there with rushing upside, especially a rushing touchdown. I'm sorry. I really don't see much that I could do with this team. I think you're in a much better spot going into the future than what we've been at. I think it's already optimized for the format that you're in. I think you can see that with the league analyzer as well, where it's not like we're one of the bottom teams here. We are currently sitting at 4. So I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I'm going to send over a free trade question voucher. So if you ever have like a trade that you come across, whether it's in this league or another league, honestly, you can send it whatever you want. You can send it to me for free on the sites. So I'm going to send you that free trade question voucher if you have any specific trades with this team that you want to ask me. But I think, honestly, it's a really strong roster the way that it's set up right now, specifically for the format that you are in. Different format would be, honestly, a different situation, but I think you've already done a great job. But thank you again. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. But we're going to go through and get this team review going for Craig Pat. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. Here, they are currently the number 1 team in this league analyzer. Going over and looking at the league formats, I can't particularly see it. I'm assuming actually this is a league where we can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly, but it's only a 10-team format as well. So it's not the end of the world when we are looking at the depth importance. But going over and looking at what we have at quarterback, we are currently rolling with Jaden Daniels. So we are sitting with QB that we are able to start every single week, regardless of the matchup. And yeah, when you have Jaden Daniels, we're not needing to roster another quarterback. Let me just confirm. But yeah, we don't have another QB here. So absolutely love to see it. I think we have Daniels ranked QB 3 rest of season. I think you make an argument for him QB 2 as well. Going over to running back, we have the RB1 in Saquon Barkley, already through his bye. We have 2 other top 10 RBs with the combo of Alvin Kamara as well as Joe Mixon. So I have Javonte Williams in the Flock League. I actually started him last night. But honestly, with a team like this, I think it's a very easy sell high moment for Javonte. There's no world in which I would ever go through and I would never start Javonte over any of these running backs. He's like a depth borderline play at best. The only time that you could ever go through and start Javonte Williams is if you were in a situation in which the Broncos are favored. Maybe there's an injury to Bart. There's no world in which we are starting Javonte with this team. Obviously, you're not going to get any value for Singletary. I'm not telling you to sell Singletary with this. I'm not delusional here. Going over to wide receiver, we just have so many freaking names. We have Chase, incredibly strong wide receiver 1. Deontay Wilson, super strong wide receiver 2-3 combo. Like Chris Olave, Jalen Waddle are wide receiver 4 and 5. Phenomenal team at wide receiver as well. Going over to tight end, we get Evan Ingram breaking out here. Obviously, Evan Ingram with the 10 receptions this past week. Looks to be a really exciting player going into the future. What I would potentially do is I would say you are so elite at running back and wide receiver, and we already have the top quarterback. We have the best team in the league by far. If you're able to take the hot names and you're able to potentially sell Javonte Williams as well as Evan Ingram in a 2-for-1 deal to get to a true elite level tight ends, whether that's Trey McBride, whether that's Travis Kelce or George Kittle, personally, that's the move that I would look to make on a team that's this strong, both at the very top end at running back and receiver, but as well with the depth at running back and receiver. But I really hope I was able to help you out with this. And again, thank you so much for taking advantage of the free Underdog offer we have. But let's go over to Rick's question. Says, yo, Mason, longtime viewer from Switzerland. Thank you for stopping by. playing on NFL Fantasy, so the screenshots might be a little weird. All good. We'll be happy to check them out. I'm sorry that we aren't linked up with NFL Fantasy just yet, and I will hopefully have a better update with that in the future. But yeah, for now, just in case y'all don't know, you can link your teams with flockfantasy.com for free. If y'all ever wanted to see like the league analyzer, like here's the league that I play in, here's the Flock League. But yeah, if you play with a sleeper, ESPN, or Yahoo League, you can go ahead, just link it for free on the site, and you can actually go through and you can actually see your league power rankings. You can sort it by position as well. Like Zach here is the best running back room, and you can see the best waiver wire options according to your league settings as well. So there's a bunch of cool stuff if you want to go take advantage of that for free. Sadly, right now we don't have NFL Fantasy, so if you are going to submit a team for review, sadly it does have to be screenshots. But we are currently 4-2. Keep up the good work. No, thank you so much. And let me go ahead and before we even get into this, hook you up with a free trade question. And let me hook you up with a free start sit question as well. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Of course, I'm going to be super excited to check out your team here. But let's pull this up. This is a league in which we only start 2 receivers and 1 flex. So the depth here isn't going to matter a ton. And I believe you said this is a 4-2 roster. So on a 4-2 team, what we should be looking to do is we should be looking to go through and build for the upside in the fantasy football playoffs. That will be the main thing that we are looking at. But nonetheless, we have CJ Stroud at quarterback. Obviously with Stroud, a phenomenal real life player. Maybe if you had any drawbacks, he's not going to run the ball right, especially post Nico Collins injury. The passing volumes actually come down a little bit as well. Going down to the bench, we don't have another quarterback, which I'm fine with, right? Because we do have very solid bench options. Now going over to running back, we have Kyron Williams as a top 5 RB. We have a very strong RB2 in the short term with Jordan Mason. And I would say on a 4-2 team, maybe you don't really need the running back depth here. It makes sense to go through, and it makes sense to potentially move on from Jordan Mason and just think about the fantasy playoffs where maybe McCaffrey will be back. But now we actually get McCaffrey down here on the IR. So with McCaffrey on the IR, I think you're actually completely fine holding on to Jordan Mason and just waiting until McCaffrey does return, because we're already optimized for the fantasy football playoffs with McCaffrey there at the very bottom, right? But running back depth, we have plenty here. We have Kareem Hunt. We have Rico Dowdle. We have Nick Chubb coming off the IR as well. So it's a great spot at running back. Going over to receiver, we have Devonta Smith as our wide receiver 1. This looks a little bit weak, but obviously it's a 4-2 team where we are thinking about long-term upside, and we are trying to optimize for the long term. And here, if we look at that, going down to the bench, you are currently sitting with Nico Collins on the IR. So for the playoffs, we'll have Nico Collins, wide receiver 1, Devonta Smith, wide receiver 2, Zay Flowers potentially in the flex or running back, dependent on matchups. It'd be a really good situation. But even down on the bench, you still have phenomenal wide receiver depth. We are still benching somebody like Brian Thomas. We still have the long-term upside of Xavier Worthy as well. Going over to tight end, we have Kincaid. So specifically because this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. And I mean, down on our bench, we have Rico Dowdle, Brian Thomas, Nick Chubb, Xavier Worthy. So much depth, while at the same time, you have the long-term upside of McCaffrey and Nico Collins coming in. I think that this is a team, personally, where it just makes so much sense for you to go through and for you to take advantage of the shallowness of this league. And I would get an elite quarterback, and I would get an elite tight end if possible. Obviously, we're strong there right now, but I think this is a team that can afford to go out there and pivot over to Jalen Hurts, to pivot over to Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels. I think you can get a top 4 quarterback here, make a realistic difference with your points per game in the starting lineup, while at the same time not really eating into the depth too much either. Like, I think you could reasonably sell Zay Flowers and Stroud to go get that top 3 to 4 quarterback here in fantasy, assuming it's a 4-point passing touchdown format. If it's a 6-point passing touchdown format, ignore me. The rushing upside there won't matter nearly as much. Let me see what options we have on the waiver wire in terms of if we wanted to go through. I am sorry that like you are on NFL Fantasy. We haven't linked with NFL Fantasy yet just because like the platform sorting waiver wire options the way that they do by either projections or total points or their default ranking just makes it so difficult to figure out who the actual best waiver wire pickups are. Whereas if you go and link your team with the site, which like I said, it's free if you are on ESPN, Yahoo, or Sleeper, you can go and just literally, oh, these are the best waiver wire options right here. So I hope that we can get NFL Fantasy hooked up for you soon. That way we have a better idea. Like here, wide receiver, the best pickups, Rome Odunze for the long-term upside. So yeah, I mean, if you could go through and if you could potentially take the wide receiver depth piece like Flowers, send it with Stroud, get the true elite level quarterback, that top 4 option, I would look to do that. Tight end, I think you're fine because not only do we have Kincaid, but we also have Evan Ingram as well. So we do have plenty of upside. But my plan would be to try to get the elite level quarterback while at the same time pick up Rome Odunze off waivers. Isaac Guerindo's probably somebody that you can drop as well. So honestly, I would just drop Guerindo now and pick up Rome Odunze for long-term upside. And then if we are able to make that 2-for-1 deal, the other best player according to the waiver wire that I can see here is most likely Xavier Legette, but I would probably prioritize a running back on the waiver wire in comparison to wide receiver with these league settings. But I really appreciate you, and I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. Like I said, I also sent you over that free start sit question, the free trade question. So if you ever have anything additional that you want with this team or another team, you're more than welcome to send that over to me through the site for completely free. But thank you again. And I really do hope I was able to help you out in some way. But let's move this over to Boom Bust. This is a free Underdog team review. This is Green Holtz is the team name. Going through and looking at this in the League Analyzer, we are currently the 7th roster, which you hate to see, but kind of a good news, bad news situation. Well, yeah, we are down at 7 in the League Analyzer. That's the bad news. Good news is the league is all pretty damn even. Like typically we see the juggernauts at the top and then the teams at the very bottom look like garbage. Here it's a very even league in general. It's a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly and it's a full PPR format as well. So the wide receiver depth will actually matter in this format. Pulling it up, we do have the elite level quarterback with Josh Allen, somebody that we can start every single week given his rushing upside. And then obviously at the same time with Josh Allen, with the addition of Amari Cooper, we would expect and we would hope that he is a more consistent option going into the future. Going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Jordan Mason, who's the short-term plug-and-play option, and we need a short-term plug-and-play option. When we're sitting here at 3-3, we're not in a situation where we can just say, oh, okay, we are only caring about long-term upside in the fantasy football playoffs. Now, if we're 3-3, we need points right now. Now, obviously, it's not like we're desperate, but it's not like we can just punt everything into the future. We have Pacheco here as well. I think you assume that Pacheco potentially has some long-term upside. Now, obviously, it's very difficult to know exactly what to expect and exactly if or when he would come back. But it does give us an off-ramp where if you do have, say, Christian McCaffrey coming back in San Francisco and all of a sudden Jordan Mason's no longer viable, then potentially at that point we could pivot over to Pacheco. Going over to the depth, we have Sean Tucker, Emmanuel Wilson, Ty Chandler, and Audric Estime. So in general, this is a garbage running back room. I think we can all agree. I wish I could say otherwise. I wish that I could come out and say, oh no, it's phenomenal. But we would be lying if we said that. Now going over to wide receiver, like we said, this is a full PPR format where we can't start 4 receivers weekly. So wide receiver in general does matter a ton here. And we have A.J. Brown, so we have an elite wide receiver 1. We have Deebo Samuel, a great wide receiver 2 option. We have DK Metcalf, phenomenal wide receiver 3 that we can easily jam into the flex. We have Brian Thomas as our wide receiver 4. We have Deontay Johnson here as well. So I do want to reiterate, wide receiver depth definitely matters a ton in this league. But with that being said, I think you're in a situation in which we can afford to go through and we can honestly afford to trade away one of the wide receivers and get to a viable running back. That way we're not having to start Sean Tucker this week. That way we're not having to go through and, I don't know, roll the dice on Devin Singletary. So if you could potentially go out and trade DK Metcalf and get to a viable running back like James Cook, I think that would be an absolute no-brainer. Obviously, that is much easier said than done. But one other thing that I would do with this league, if you're not able to go through and just sell one of our depth receivers and go get to a running back that you feel comfortable starting daily, I think the other potential move that you could make is I think you could just look to optimize with as many running backs off the waiver wire as possible and try to find the next Jordan Mason. Like going over and looking at some of the running backs that are currently sitting out there on waivers. If DeAndre Swift were to go down, then Roschon Johnson's immediately a must-start name. If you were to get an injury to Kyron Williams, then Blake Corum's probably a must-start name. So I would want to give us the best shot that we can have at finding that next option. So what we could potentially do here is you could drop Zach Ertz and pick up Roschon Johnson. Now, at the same time, I want to say, you could potentially drop Demario Douglas and pick up Blake Corum. But I will say that Demario Douglas is probably a better player than Corum here, especially with Drake May being good to go. So it's an interesting spot. I think you're probably just going to be dropping Zach Ertz, picking up a running back, or obviously, like we said, based off how damn strong we are at wide receiver, even if this is kind of a wide receiver premium format, I still think that you could do well by going ahead and trading someone like DK Metcalf for a running back in the range of James Cook, Josh Jacobs, etc., etc. But I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Really hope you're able to get something from this. And yeah, thank you so much for taking advantage of that free Underdog team promo that we have. Now let's move this over to LP Cabrera, I believe. Just traded Devontae for Stroud. Any other recommendations? This is a dynasty league, I believe. Or is this a keeper league? Let's go ahead and let's check this out. Our team name is Byeweek 14. This is most likely a keeper league. So with this being a keeper league, for whatever reason, it's tagging it as a dynasty. Ignore the rankings next to the player names. As well, ignore the fact that it's showing the picks here. In a keeper league, as long as you're not keeping more than 5 players, really the only thing that you're focused in on is this season, and you are treating it as if it is a redraft league. That's a mistake that I made in the past when I first started playing in keeper formats way back in 2013, 2014, is just kind of getting a little too out of myself, getting a little too excited, and thinking for the long-term upside rather than just going through and treating it as if it is a regular redraft league, which is personally what I think you should do. But anyway, going ahead and looking at this, We have 3 quarterbacks on this team, which maybe makes you think, oh, this is a super flex league, but it's probably not, right? Going through and, oh, this team has 3 quarterbacks. This team has 2 quarterbacks. This team has 2 quarterbacks. This team has 2 quarterbacks. This team has 3 quarterbacks. This team only has 1. This team has 2. LP Cabrera, can you please let me know if this is a super flex format or not? Regardless of if it is or not, I understand why we are rostering the 3 QBs here. Obviously, Caleb on bye, Tua on the IR, and you're looking at, say, Justin Herbert just as a fill-in in a good matchup here against the Arizona Cardinals. But trading away Devonta Smith for CJ Stroud, if you are giving up that kind of value for Stroud, I think what you need to look to do is I think you need to, if it's a 1 quarterback format, drop both Caleb and Herbert. Like if you were giving up Devonta Smith for Stroud in a 1 quarterback league, honestly, I wouldn't have done it personally. I would have rather had Smith. But if you are making the deal, you have to view CJ Stroud as a quarterback that you're playing every single week, regardless of the matchup. Now, obviously, if it's a super flex league, you're not dropping any of our quarterbacks. If it's a super flex league, phenomenal trade. Going over to running back, we have 3 borderline RB1s rest of season here with Gibbs, Taylor, and Brian Robinson. So absolutely love this running back room. We have a depth running back like Ramadre that we can possibly look at going into the future. Going over to receiver, we have Neighbors, A.J. Brown. So we are currently sitting with 2 wide receiver ones that we're able to start very, very consistently. We have Amari Cooper now as a viable flex as well. We have Travis Kelce as an elite tight end 1. So I absolutely love this team. My thing is, if you just traded Devonta Smith for an upgrade at quarterback, though, maybe we thinned out our wide receiver room just a bit. One, like I said, if it's a 1 quarterback format, I think you go ahead. And then at that point, I think you look to drop our backup QBs and pick up some additional running backs and wide receivers off the waiver wire. If it is a super flex format, we're not doing it. But regardless, I think what would make a lot of sense here potentially is going through and actually looking to sell the combination of Evan Ingram and Amari Cooper and trying to go get an upgrade in the starting lineup for that flex. Because obviously, Kelce's already through his bye. With Kelce already through his bye, there's no world in which you're really ever considering benching Travis Kelce post Rashee Rice injury. So I think what I would do is I would try to sell Ingram with the wide receiver in a 2-for-1 tier up. If it is a 1 quarterback format, then at that point we go through and we drop the backup quarterbacks now that we have Stroud, and we pick up high upside running backs, wide receivers. If it's a super flex format, then at that point we're just kind of chilling here with our QB position. But again, thank you so much for being a member of the vlog. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. And I don't know if we did this earlier. Can y'all please let me know in the live chat? Did I hook up LP Cabrera with the free? We're going to do it again, even if we didn't do it earlier. I'm going to hook you up with a free trade question on the site. You can send a trade question whenever you want to me. And same thing with a start sit question. So you should have free vouchers for those whenever you're wanting. Just go ahead. If you have a trade question regarding this team, you can send it to me for free. If you have a trade question, whatever. If you have any questions with the team, you can send it to me for free on the site. You should have a free voucher for both of those. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you supporting the channel. I really hope I was able to help you out. Now let's move this over to our next question. Let's say trade one. This is Judy and Dell versus Amari Cooper. Dell to Amari, clear upgrade post Amari trade. Judy barely worth the roster spot, pretty much just a waiver wire pickup. So 100% we go ahead and make this move. 100% we want Amari Cooper. Now Sean coming out with a trade question. Here this is James Conner, Christian Watson, Terry McLaurin versus Jonathan Taylor and Jalen Waddle. So we get word that you will have another week with no JT. JT didn't even practice today, so wouldn't it be the most surprising thing in the world if Jonathan Taylor missed next week as well? But going from James Conner to Jonathan Taylor is still a massive upgrade. Going from Terry McLaurin to Jalen Waddle is a downgrade in the short term. Once Tua comes back in, then I don't know. So if you're a team where we can't afford to think about the fantasy football playoffs, as well as Christian Watson, kind of a waiver wire option, right? Not worth much more than just the roster spot. I think I would go get the best player in JT. The only thing is if you're sitting here at like 2-4, or if you're sitting here at 1-5, the Taylor and Waddle future production isn't going to help you as much as the Connor and McLaurin production today. Now, MJ coming out with a trade question. Here we are sending St. Brown to get the upgrade over Barkley. I'm sorry, St. Brown to get an upgrade to Barkley. We're paying another top 10 wide receiver in Drake London. This is a linked team, so I can see the wide receivers we have. We're sitting with Neighbors, Cup, Brian Thomas, Devontae Adams. So we are absolutely loaded at wide receiver. But even with that being said, you're still paying too much. Like the value side of this deal is on the Amon-Ra St. Brown, Drake London, and Kareem Hunt side. Not even close when it comes to value. I can try to help you out. I can try to come up with a counter for you here. If you wanted to go through and instead look to sell rather than Amon-Ra St. Brown, maybe Devontae Adams here. And I'd honestly rather keep Hunt and have them keep Shakir. If you could sell like London and Adams for Saquon Barkley, especially with how strong your wide receiver core is, I think that would be a better trade for us. There's a chance that he rejects this, but if he rejects it, it is whatever. I mean, it's definitely a lot better than getting robbed with the St. Brown one. Now, just the two of us coming out with a start-sit question. Quarterback between Love and Baker. Obviously, Love has been just absolutely phenomenal so far this season. So both these quarterbacks have. You wouldn't be surprised if either one ends up leading the NFL in passing touchdowns or passing yards per game when it's all said and done with how they have looked. I currently have them ranked inside a similar tier. You currently have an implied team total 25 points here for the Packers. I think we go with Love over Baker, especially with Evans now banged up. Going over to running back, Aaron Jones should be good to go. We start Aaron Jones. Wide receiver, sounds like Harrison will be good to go on Monday night. Definitely want to just double check that. We'll go Tucker Kraft over Kate Otten. And then down here in the flex, it really comes down to, are we going to go with Kareem Hunt or are we going to go with Tyreek Hill? I understand that, yes, there is a chance that Bucky Irving is the starting running back, but I don't want to roll the dice. With this being a full BBR format, I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to take Tyreek. But one thing that you could do is you could actually start Tyreek at wide receiver, throw Harrison in the flex since he's going to play on Monday night, just in case we need an emergency pivot. And you could have the emergency pivot. I believe Buck is playing Monday night as well. Now, Too Much JV coming out with a trade question. Here we're giving up the best player in CeeDee Lamb, and we are getting the second, third, and fourth best players with David Montgomery, Jaden Reed, and Brandon Ayuk. Is this a linked team? It is a linked team. Wide receiver, we are currently sitting with Harrison, and that is it. No, we have Lamb as well. Never mind. We have CeeDee Lamb, Marvin Harrison, and then we're waiting for the long-term upside of Puka. So I think if we were to make this deal, we are pivoting over getting Ayuk and Reed, so a little more depth. We're getting a running back we can start as well. Running back currently we have Brees, and that's about it. So I understand the thought process on why you would want to make this trade. And in certain league settings, I think it could make sense with your roster. My only hesitation is this is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Since this is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, we are opting to prioritize the top-end stud over the depth with our roster. So for me personally, I would probably go ahead. I would take the CeeDee Lamb side, but I completely understand if you wanted to go with the Montgomery package. Now, 619 Diego says, got offered, but don't have much running back depth with JT out this week. It's looking rough, but it's Jefferson. If you were offered this deal before the Davante Adams trade and we didn't have the running back depth, especially Jonathan Taylor may miss next week as well. It's not like he's guaranteed to come back next week. I think I would say we want to hold on to Garrett Wilson and James Conner. However, now that Wilson looks more so a wide receiver 2 rather than an alpha in his offense, I think that I actually changed my mind here. I think that it would actually make more sense to pivot over to Justin Jefferson. So, post Davante Adams trade, I don't think you can view somebody like Garrett Wilson as a round 1 talent. And instead, I kind of view him more as like a round 3, round 4 type option, which I know sounds weird when we're talking about this in week 7, but still, you get the point. And with that in mind, I would, if we could, pivot over to the elite name in Jefferson. Now, Mother Flocka coming out says, sorry me again, LOL, 2-4. Would you do this trade for this week and rest of season? Good luck in the Flock League. Thank you. If you look at my rankings, I have Ladd McConkey ranked 86th overall, and I have Bucky Irving ranked 89th overall. Running back currently, we have Brooks, Moss, Bijan, and that's it. Ooh, I forgot that the devs pushed out an update where these are ordered by position. Perfect. So we have Swift, Bijan, Moss, Brooks, Bigsby. Can y'all spam the chat? Would you rather have Ladd McConkey or Bucky Irving rest of season? Would y'all be looking at Ladd or Bucky here? What side are you going with? We got the report today saying that Tampa is going to be using all 3 backs and they'll ride with the hot hand. We got Bucky, Ladd, Bucky, 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 Ladd, Bucky, 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 Ladd, Bucky, Ladd, Bucky, 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 Bucky. It looks like everybody's going on the Bucky side. Since you're playing in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I think you can. Honestly, I have Ladd in the Flock League, which is a league where I can start up to 4 receivers weekly. And with that, I would actually not make this deal on my team in particular. But in your format, I think you can. And everybody in the chat saying Bucky's better than Ladd as well. And I think they're back to back. Todd coming out says, need help with my wide receivers this week. Team is Todd. All right. We'll be excited to check this out for you, my friend. Looking at this, and I sadly have to inform you that we are starting Brandon Ayuk. Ayuk, we pointed out in the video today, does have one of my favorite underdog pick'ems. We put out in the video today, we are looking at Ayuk for fewer than 63.5 receiving yards. Montgomery for more than, I think it was 61.5 total yards at the time. But regardless, like Underdog this week has Ayuk for literally more yards than David Montgomery. Obviously, Montgomery is a tough matchup, but still. But you have to start Ayuk here over guys like Hopkins, Wilson, Wan'Dale, Pickens. We are going to go with Pickens as well. We have confirmation today that it sounds like you are going to be getting Russell Wilson under center here rather than George Pickens, which rather than Justin Fields. It'd be bad if you actually had Pickens under center. But since you are looking at Russ, I actually think the passing volume in this offense may go up just a bit. Well, definitely I'm a little bit less excited about what you should expect with the overall Steelers offense. I think it actually could be a positive transition for Pickens himself. If we knew that you had no Harrison, I'd be going Michael Wilson. If you have no Marvin Harrison, give me Michael Wilson. If Harrison does look to play, I think we're going to go Wan'Dale Robinson. And then tight end, between Kittle and Laporta, we have to go with Kittle at this point, even if the matchup's not great. But really appreciate you, and I hope that we were able to help out a bit. But let's move this over to our next one. Muhammad says, hey, Mason, which running back would you have rest of season based on situation and matchups, Pollard or James Conner? I have these guys extremely close. We can go look at my rankings on the site. The thing is, James Conner is going to be in a much better offense, whereas Tony Pollard's going to be maybe in a worse offense, but he'll have the receiving usage, which you can be really excited for. And honestly, I need to update these rest of season rankings to move Taylor down behind Bijan with the Taylor injury update. But anyway, if you're looking at my ranks, we have Pollard at 18, James Conner at 20. It looks like we're a little bit higher on Pollard than the average expert ranks. But the reasoning behind this is with the Spears injury, Pollard should have absolutely everything as a receiver. Pollard has been averaging over 20 opportunities a game. Really, the only drawback that you have with Pollard and the real hesitation that you have is this is just an absolute garbage offense. But if it's a full PPR format, give me Pollard over Conner. Whereas if it's a non-PPR league, I think Conner has more touchdown upside. So I'd probably go Conner there. Let's move this over to Jordan's starts it question. It is a 6 point per passing touchdown format and a point per completion as well. So let me double check to just remind myself here, but I believe that CJ Stroud actually has not been consistent with the passing attempts and the passing completion. I'm sorry, in just the completion so far this season. I think that you've more so had Stroud as the efficient option, where you've had Baker just come out and go freaking nuclear with the amount of pass attempts and completions. So you have Baker here. You have 4 games with 30 or more completions. Which obviously this stuff usually doesn't matter in a regular fantasy league, but this is a fantasy league that has points per completion, so it's going to make a big difference. You know, I'm being stupid. I was looking at attempts. No, so Baker, you have 5 games with more than 20 completions. You've actually had 20 completions every single week here for Stroud. So never mind. I was completely wrong on that. We had it completely flipped. In my mind, the Texans had been a more balanced offense than that. They had been running the ball a little more. Neither quarterback has a great matchup. Both games should be pretty high scoring. I think if it seems like Evans is going to play, I would rather have Baker. If Evans is going to miss, I would rather have Stroud. If Evans plays, give me Baker. If Evans misses, give me Stroud. But very close. Now, a myth coming out with a trade question. Last offer he sent, to be honest, I think no. What do you think? Also, peep the team. Trade Love for Kyler. You would not trade Love for Kyler if it's a 6 point passing touchdown format. I think you could consider it in a 4 point passing touchdown league just because the rushing upside is going to matter a little bit more than passing volume. Maybe not more, but it'll matter a lot. Going over and looking at this deal. St. Brown to London, downgrade. Nico Collins to Harrison, upgrade. Ayuk to Pickens, downgrade. We're giving up the best player here. While we are getting the second and third best players, we're giving up a decent amount beyond this as well. I don't think it's a horrible offer. I don't think it's a horrible deal. Would I make it? Probably not. Like for me, if you could keep Ayuk, then hell yes, we want the Harrison side. Maybe even if you could keep Hawkinson, we want the Harrison London Pickens side. But I'm viewing Nico Collins as a top 5 receiver once he comes back in. I'm viewing St. Brown as the best player in the deal. So I think if I was going to do this, I would want to either keep Ayuk or I would want to keep Hawkinson. I don't know if I want to include everyone, if that makes sense. Now, JRB coming out with a start sit question. Says, let me know who to start or sit, please. Thanks for all the help, Mason. Thank you. This is an insane team. How could we pause? If we were going to take somebody out of this lineup, it would be Devontae Adams. The only thing that you could consider is if Brian Robinson is cleared and Brian Robinson's good to go in a phenomenal matchup against the Panthers, then at that point, I think you can go ahead and you can start Brian Robinson over Devontae Adams. Obviously, with this being Devontae Adams' first week in New York. So, it's not a super easy spot. Obviously, Brian Robinson is banged up right now, so that will be something we have to monitor. But if he is cleared and if he is 100% good to go, I think you could consider him over Adams. Now, let's move this over to a team review coming out from Oozer. Going to be super excited to check this out for you, my friend. And I do want to remind everybody as well, if y'all ever wanted to get a question answered, y'all can always go over to flockfantasy.com. You can go to the button in the top right corner that says Expert Advice. Here, if you hit this Expert Advice button, you can ask a trade question, start sit question, super message, team review, whatever you are wanting to do. If you wanted that team review, what I would highly recommend is taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you are actually going to be getting a free Aaron Rodgers pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game on Sunday, and a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single day. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. That way we can hook you up with that free team review voucher. But let's move this back over to Oozer. Really appreciate you. And I'm going to go ahead. I'm also going to hook you up with a free start sit question voucher. So if you ever have a start sit question you want to ask with this team, you're more than welcome to send that over. And I'm going to hook you up with a free trade question as well. So thank you again. I really do appreciate you. And you're going to try my best to try to help out in some way. But team name here is Wet Blanket. We are third in the league analyzer, which is great to see. Now, the drawback with it is everybody is very close with this league. I mean, the bottom two teams are kind of garbage, but outside of that, everybody else is within striking distance. Now, we are sitting at 4-2, so obviously a really nice spot to be in. I will say first thing that pops up the page for us is we have both the combo of Jaden Daniels as well as Baker Mayfield. Now, obviously, Baker Mayfield has been phenomenal. Baker Mayfield has been a top 5 quarterback so far this season. And at the same time, there's a very real possibility that Baker Mayfield comes out and Baker Mayfield is a consistent top 10 QB for the rest of the way as well. Now, with that being said, is there any world in which I'm starting him over Jaden Daniels? No. So what I would personally look to do here is, if possible, I would love to sell Baker Mayfield in a 2-for-1 deal to a team that really needs some quarterback help. Going through and trying to find a team like that. Those teams at the top have strong quarterbacks. This team has A-Rich Cousins. They probably are okay. This team is Dak and Herbert. Swift's not somebody I'm super excited to trade for. They're 2-4. So you would assume that a 2-4 team where Baker Mayfield could help them win right now and they obviously need to be focusing on production this season, maybe they'd be willing to give up Puka Nacua. And if they're willing to give up Puka, I think it would be a very clear upgrade for us to just go with like Baker Mayfield and Rome Odunze, Baker Mayfield, Ladd McConkey, or maybe even Baker Mayfield and Jackson Smith and Jigba to get Puka. Now, my only hesitation in saying that is we do have the Nico Collins injury ourselves, and this is a league in which you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So the wide receiver depth does matter a little bit more here. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with James Conner, Jonathan Brooks, Zach Moss. So Zach Moss loses his job. Jonathan Brooks isn't back yet. So it's not a really easy situation to figure out. Like, obviously, we kind of need a running back too here. So if we could find a team that really needs some help at quarterback, like this team's rolling out Brock Purdy. The issue is they have absolutely nothing at running back either. So it's like very difficult to maybe trade with them. Maybe going back over to this team that had Dak. White looks like he's nothing. Swift, my hesitation in trading for Swift, I have him in the flock league. I'm going to try to sell the dude just because the matchups he has down the stretch are just so freaking brutal. I mean, if you could try to pick up Swift here by selling maybe the combo of like Baker Mayfield and Zach Moss or Baker Mayfield and Braylon Allen, I think that could make sense. Going over to what we have at receiver, like we said, it's a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So the wide receiver depth definitely does matter here. And we have Jefferson, Harrison, Nico. So long-term, 3 wide receiver ones. Obviously short-term, Harrison, Nico banged up, but we're 4-2. We want to be more long-term focused anyway. We have the long-term upside of like Rome Odunze, Ladd McConkey. JSN is a short-term fill-in right now. So it is a great wide receiver room as is. Going over to tight ends, Kyle Pitts, Hawkinson, want to roster both guys. Hopefully one of them emerges down the stretch for us here. But going through and looking at the waiver wire as well, it's not like there's anything solid on waivers. I mean, this is a 12-team format where it seems like most people know what they're doing based off the league being pretty damn even in the league analyzer. So I know it's very boring advice, but it's really the only thing I could possibly think of with this team. Because of the Nico Collins injury, it's not like we have a ton of wide receiver depth that we can give up, especially in a league where wide receiver depth matters a bit more. Is I think what you could probably look to do is see if you could package Baker with a running back to go get a potential RB upgrade. At least that's what I'd be looking for. But really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. See that we have another team review to go over to real quick. This is a different team here. Same team name. But dear God, thank you so much. 2 team reviews. Let me hook you up with another. So you'd have a bunch of free start set questions and a bunch of free trade questions you could send me whenever you want. These never expire either. So if you wanted to wait a month and send me a trade question, if you have one, wait as long as you want. But here, maybe we can actually give some more advice because this is a league in which we are near the bottom of the league analyzer. Instead of being 4-2, we are 3-3. It's another league where people kind of know what they're doing and waiver wire options are limited. But it's another league where we have an elite quarterback in Lamar Jackson. I mean, when we have Lamar here, it does give us the flexibility where I would say typically we don't need a roster 2 QBs. So if you had like a really solid really solid running back or wide receiver off the waiver wire, I think you would go ahead and I think you would just really easily drop Jared Goff to pick up that other option. But Goff is kind of in like an awkward zone where you're not going to be able to trade him for anything. And at the same time, There's nobody that's that exciting on the waiver wire. And what I would rather do is I'd rather cut Noah Brown and Bub Means for the guys that I'm looking at. Going over to running back, we are dealing with the McCaffrey injury. We are dealing with the Brooks injury. We should be getting Brooks in soon. Obviously, running back 2 right now is just a disaster. It is just absolutely garbage. So, number 1 on our list of priorities, especially when this is a 3-3 team where we should be looking at trying to win right now, is trying to pick up a running back off the waiver wire if possible that can make a difference. I think immediately you can cut Noah Brown and Bub Means. I don't see any path for them getting into your starting lineup. And going over to running back, you have guys like Trey Benson, Sean Tucker that we can pick up. Those would probably be the 2 players that I'm looking at, where if things were to break right with Sean Tucker maybe just taking over his backfield, which is a low probability thing to happen, but I think it's a higher probability than Noah Brown becoming viable. Or if James Conner goes down, Trey Benson becomes an every week starter for us immediately. I think that is something that could be appealing. Going over to wide receiver, we have Deebo Samuel, so solid wide receiver 1. We have Terry McLaurin, Josh Downs. We actually need to start Downs because we have no Nico Collins. So sitting here with no Nico Collins, sitting here with no McCaffrey, sitting here with no Jonathan Brooks, sitting here with no TJ Hawkinson, I think that you are in a world of pain at this point. Like, we are extremely lucky to be 3-3 with all these injuries. I guess maybe it's just Lamar putting the team on his freaking back and getting us there. Wide receiver, if we were to pick up anybody, I think Keon Coleman, Dontavian Wicks probably be the best names to go with. Keon Coleman, I would definitely rather have over the. I'd rather have Keon and Dontavian Wicks over both these guys. Maybe if you want to pick up your favorite running back out of the 2 that we mentioned, and then also pick up Keon Coleman. What I would look to do, if possible, is I would look to sell TJ Hawkinson if we can find somebody that's excited about him coming in this week or next week. Now, obviously, it's much easier said than done, but if we can just sell Hawkinson and get a viable RB2 to start until McCaffrey comes back in, I think that could be very interesting. Going over and looking at this team, they are currently rolling with Dalton Schultz and Mark Andrews, so they effectively have nobody at tight ends. I mean, the issue is their running back room. They only have the studs, which obviously there's no way in hell that we are going to be getting to those options. Okay. Maybe what you could look to do here is dear God, man, we're gonna have to try to find another team. That team you can't do anything with. This team just had the Dallas Goedert injury, so they're rolling out Pat Freiermuth. They actually have plenty of running back depth. I mean, if we could pick up Chuba Hubbard for the short-term production to wait until we get Jonathan Brooks in, that would be an absolute no-brainer. Going through and looking at the running back depth pieces that we have like Jonathan Brooks. We have Jalen Warren. Like, if you could go TJ Hawkinson and Brooks, or TJ Hawkinson and Jalen Warren to get to either DeAndre Swift or Chuba Hubbard, I think that would make a ton of sense. Give us a viable RB2 that we can play right now. It opens up another roster spot where we can pick up an additional depth running back or receiver. I think that's the move that we probably have to look to make. Another thing that you could do as well, if they didn't want to trade for TJ Hawkinson, obviously you can give them David Njoku. Maybe they're excited about Njoku post Amari Cooper injury, thinking Njoku's going to get more targets. And I'm not saying Hawkinson's someone we want to trade away in general. I'm not saying Njoku is someone we want to trade away in general. more so that we have to just try to get some value in with this team. Even if we trade away Njoku and Hawkinson doesn't play this week, then in that case, we can go ahead and we just pick up another tight end off the waiver wire, go pick up Cade Otton, play Otton this week. And then once Hawkinson's back next week, then at that point, go ahead and drop Otton and then pick up another running back off waivers. But I just think that this is a 3-3 team. There's no world in which we are wanting to start Jaylen Warren this week. 3-3, we need a win right now. So what I personally would look to do is I would drop the depth receivers, pick up some depth running backs, try to trade a tight end for an RB, and then maybe even consider dropping Goff since we have Lamar and we need running back depth so damn badly. But I really appreciate you. And like I said, I sent you over a couple free trade questions and a couple free start sit questions. If you have any additional questions that you want answered, please don't hesitate to send them my way. Now, let me move this over to our next question. This is coming out from Syntax. This team name is Colonial Mustart, I believe. This is the 10th team in the League Analyzer. This is a 12-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, so the wide receiver depth really does not matter. Looking at quarterback, we are currently starting Kyler. Kyler, I'm fine with as our QB1 in a 12-team format. You do get rushing upside. Obviously, he's been disappointing. But at the same time, you've seen an injury to McBride and you've seen an injury to Harrison so far this season. So I think any quarterback without one of their top 2 options is obviously going to be a little bit worse off. Once we get both these guys in, I think you should be much more excited. Going over to what we have at running back. We are currently rolling out Brian Robinson and Jordan Mason. So obviously, Jordan Mason, we are really excited to start every single week until you get McCaffrey back in. Once McCaffrey's back in, then at that point, obviously a lot less exciting. But Brian Robinson should be able to hold the fort down for us once he is healthy. We have some depth here with Ramondre, Singletary, Algier, Mostert, McNichols. So we are trying to find the next Jordan Mason effectively. Going through and looking at other waiver wire options you have currently, I would drop Jeremy McNichols for either Jaylen Warren or Trey Benson. Like, even if Brian Robinson were to miss this week, what I probably would look to do is I'd probably look to actually pivot over and instead start Devin Singletary over McNichols. So I don't really see the path for McNichols to ever turn into that every week starter the same way that you could have from Benson or Jaylen Warren. So if possible, let's go ahead. Let's move on from that bottom end running back. I like the fact that in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format where the wide receiver depth doesn't matter, that is what we are optimizing for down at the bottom end of this roster. Going over to wide receiver, 2 top 10 options in the long term with Tyreek and London, operating under the assumption that we get Tua back in. And at the same time, we have Nico Collins for the long-term ceiling as well, which long-term fantasy football playoff stretch is what we are trying to optimize for in a 4-2 roster. So absolutely love this wide receiver room. Tight end, we have Mark Andrews. Obviously, Andrews just a streaming tight end at this point. If you like Andrews with the matchup this week, I think you're completely fine to roll with them. Obviously, he showed some signs of life with the Juju hamstring. If you think Juju potentially misses time, like, I don't even think you need to go through and pick up another receiver like Keon off waivers. I think I honestly, in a 2 wide receiver, half flex for a half PPR formats, I probably would optimize for the running back down there on the bench like you're already doing. So I think really I'm cutting McNichols, picking up Warren, picking up Benson. One of those guys, clearly your favorite. And then not doing much other than waiting for this team to get healthy and trying to find the next Jordan Mason naturally off waivers. But obviously it's a 4-2 team where we're dealing with a significant amount of injuries right now, where we can kind of just afford to wait for these guys to come back and healthy. But again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Really hope I was able to help you out. And thank you so much for taking advantage of that Underdog promo as well. But let's move this over to Dubs20 with the trade question. Says, yo, what's up? Need some help at running back. So if you have any other trade suggestions, let me know. So we are going from Pacheco effectively to Waddle, Myers to Bucky. I feel like we're upgrading at both slots. I like the idea. Obviously, Bucky Irving, not really guaranteed to be anything, but at the same time, you can kind of say the same thing with Isaiah Pacheco at this point. So if you needed some running back production soon, I like it because obviously I think we are getting a clear upgrade at wide receiver, and I don't know if Pacheco is guaranteed to come back in at any point, really. Now, Kuier coming out with a start sit question. Says, huge fan, love ya. Was wondering who I should start in the flex and tight end this week. Don't know how I am 5-1. Great defense. Okay. Great defense. Great coaching. Never apologize for being 5-1. All right. Even if you're dead last in points scored, tell your league mates it's because you're better than them. You are what your record is. But anyway, going down, obviously we have no Lamb. Obviously we have no Pacheco this week. Juju dealing with a hamstring. We have no Dowdle. The coaching staff in New York saying that Tracy's going to have an expanded role, so I don't want to start Singletary. We have no Jacoby Myers. You have the option to go with Romeo Doubs here. Obviously, I want to be... I don't know. I would like to be starting Doubs in a spot where we have no Wicks, just so the target share concentrates a little bit more here in Green Bay. But I mean, your other potential option is Devin Singletary, where I think we did rank Singletary ahead of Doubs in the flex rankings this week, but that was before the quote from Dable saying that Tracy would have a significant role. So that's the spot that you're choosing from. We obviously leave the rest of the lineup as is. Maybe we can look at quarterback here. Who's our other QB option? Oh, Mahomes. I think we do have Darnold over Mahomes this week. I think it's relatively close, but obviously it's a really tough matchup for Mahomes. Really great matchup for Darnold. Yeah, Darnold at QB 11, Mahomes at QB 12 this week. So I think we can leave that as is. Tight end, yeah, we'll go Kincaid over Kraft. I think you go Doubs here at the flex. I think it's extremely close, and Singletary would be the other option if you wanted to go Singletary. Now, let's move this over to our next question coming out from TTP. This is, I'm assuming, maybe this has to be a dynasty question where we are sending Kittle away for an early to mid 2025 first. Jonnu in the 4th round pick just hold legitimately no value whatsoever. Just throw him out the window. But if you're looking at Kittle, 30-year-old tight end, obviously he's been crushing with touchdowns so far this season. But I know for a damn fact that he will not be worth an early to mid 2025 first come this offseason. So with that in mind, on a team that's looking for the future value, I think you'll 100% you go with the rookie picks. Now, JT coming out says, I have Jaden Daniels, Tyreek, Nico, Reed, London, Connor, Montgomery, Ingram. Bench is weak. So pivoting off of James Conner, we would be starting David Montgomery. And this team is linked, so I can actually see your entire team. We would have Brooks, Roshan, Charbonnet, Montgomery, and that's about it. Actually, no, I'm an idiot. We have Barkley. We'd be going Barkley and Montgomery. In that case, we're going to go Barkley side. Wide receiver, we'd be left over with the combo of Nico, Tyreek, Reed. So it's not like we're completely screwed at receiver, especially for the long term. But yeah, I mean, right now, Barkley is my number one option in my rest of season ranks. I think the floor ceiling combo you get with the workload in the offense that he's in, I think you have to take Barkley in this, even if London's a top 10 receiver rest of season. Now, J-Dog coming out says, don't really like the Niners against the Chiefs. Feel a dud incoming. Please help me feel confident. Well, I have this exact. Ooh, I would love to ask the live chat this. Can everybody in the chat please spam? Are you starting Brock Purdy or Anthony Richardson? Where you have Purdy going up against KC. To let you know, both these are my quarterbacks in the Flock League. I have been starting. I haven't started Richardson a single time. I traded for Richardson the week that he got hurt. Luckily, I benched him because it was a tough matchup against the Steelers, the game he got hurt. So I haven't started Richardson a single time. But this is my first week I'm pivoting from Purdy to Richardson. But Purdy, Richardson. Richardson, Purdy, Richardson. Purdy. So it looks like almost everybody here is going with Brock Purdy. Michael begging us not to go with AR. My plan right now, who I have in my lineup personally, is Anthony Richardson in a 4-point passing touchdown format. I think it's a better matchup. I think even in a game where he fails, you can get the rushing floor. Let me see if Underdog has picks out right now for these options. Underdog has Anthony Richardson higher, lower 19.15 fantasy points. They have Brock Purdy higher, lower 18.55 fantasy points. So Underdog's agreeing with me on this call here. So honestly, that's all I need to see. I'm going with A-Rich over Purdy. Going over to the flex, sounds like Aaron Jones should be good to go. Obviously, no Puka, no Olave, can't play Waddle with no Tua. I think you go Brandon Ayuk. I mean, obviously, we don't love the matchup here. But if you are looking at what you have with, I don't even want to say with the Underdog projections, because I mean, it is one of my favorite spots to go. If you are looking for Underdog picks this week and a tough matchup against the Chiefs, right? Ayuk has only gotten there once all season. I do like Ayuk for fewer than 63.5 receiving yards. And if you wanted to pair it up with Montgomery for higher than 62.5 total yards, I think that would be interesting. But I think in terms of like, Lockett is potentially the third option in his offense. And maybe you say no Juwan Jennings, Ayuk's a little more appealing as well. So we're going to go ahead. We will take Brandon Ayuk here. Now, let me pivot over and answer some of the free questions in the live chat. If you have any questions, drop them in the chat. I'd be happy to try to get to as many as we can. Lixel says Ayuk's going over 63. He's done it once this year. Teresa says, I'll be crying in the next flock. That's just factually inaccurate. I will be celebrating. I'll be popping bottles in the next flock video. I will be celebrating. Don't you worry. Okay. And yeah, I'm starting Richardson. I'm starting him. Rafi says, is Ricky Pearsall worth a pickup? I have Ricky Pearsall in a ridiculous amount of Underdog drafts, but in a regular redraft league, I probably wouldn't pick him up. I think you could get some random spikes, but the issue is like Juwan Jennings, right? Are you going to be able to figure out when you should start him? I would say probably not. So in like an Underdog best ball draft, I'm hoping Ricky Pearsall can give us some random usable weeks. But regularly in your 2 wide receiver, 1 flex redraft format, when are you ever going to put him in the flex? You would need an injury to Debo. And I don't want to be rostering a handcuff receiver. I'd rather roster like Keon Coleman. I'd rather roster Roma Dunze, who I see on a lot of waiver wires. Fade says, trade McLaurin for DJ Moore and Jordan Addison in a league where we can start 4 receivers and it's a 12-team format. Yes, I would. I'll say you're probably going to look dumb doing this week, though, because you more likely than not will have just an absolute bomb of a performance for this Commanders team against Carolina. So probably not super excited to do it this week, but I would in general. Okay. Now, Steve says, start Baker or Darnold this week. If Evans misses, I'm going to go Darnold. If Evans plays, I'll go Baker. Jake says, who is the best steal of the draft besides Daniels? Talking NFL. I'm assuming that's not an NFL draft question because it's not like Daniels was a super late pick. Who spam the chat? Who is your vote for best value pick in fantasy drafts this year? Who's your vote for best value pick? Obviously, you can come out and you can say Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry was going around 2. So Dobbins is a great call. Specifically in underdog drafts, Dobbins is a great call. I think Kamara is probably the right answer. Deontay, Neighbors, Daniels. Underdog drafts, Neighbors going around 2. I don't think you include Neighbors. I think Kamara is a great answer in that, like, if you look at underdog drafts, Kamara was going in round 7. Even in your regular redraft leagues, Kamara was going in rounds like 4, maybe 3 or 4, which is a lot higher than underdog drafts at the time. So it seemed a little bit rich, but looking back on it, Kamara is giving you the value of a round 1 pick in a full PBR format. Godwin as well. Godwin's probably been the best value pick wide receiver. Jordan Mason is best waiver wire pickup for damn sure. But Teresa got Kamara in the 6th. Is that in the firefighter league in New Orleans? I'm surprised y'all didn't push Kamara up. Kevin says Rice pre-injury. I think Godwin, the points per game were similar to Rice. And Rice was going in round 3 of underdog drafts near the start of the season, where Godwin was going rounds after. So I think Godwin was a better value pick than Rice, unless you're talking about the drafts that happened, say, at the very beginning of the offseason, where if they happened at the very beginning of the offseason, then, yeah, when everybody was worried about Rashee Rice getting suspended, he was a great value. Teresa said, no, in the Flock Mod League, I went 0 RB and still got Kamara. That's beautiful. Okay. And of course, if y'all have any questions, please drop questions in the chat. I want to be able to get to some of y'all's free questions in the chat too. And hit that like button if you have not done so already. It looks like less than 5% of y'all have dropped a like on this stream. Like I said, we have live streamed every single day this year. And this is our 5th year doing that without taking a day off. So please, in terms of during the NFL season, after the NFL season, I can get my time off. But please hit that like button if you have not done so already. Okay. Eli says, Connor and Hunt for James Cook. 2 wide receivers. If it's like a 10-team league, just give me James Cook. James Cook should be a great buy low candidate. Grant says Sermon or Stevenson? Oh, this is a nasty question. Let me see. I'm assuming Sermon was already picked up in the Flock League, right? Let's see if any sicko picked him up. Yeah, Corey picked him up. The thing is, even if Ramondre plays, who knows how healthy he'll be. He was already in a committee. Sermon's horrible, but he's also in a committee. I have no freaking idea. I don't want to start either. I don't want to start. I have no idea. Elysian says Devontae or Debo. I'm going to go Debo with no Jennings. Terry Fiji says, a Flock review, please. I promise you, I'm going to get to all the reviews that have been submitted on flockfantasy.com during this live stream. I won't leave any by the end of the night. We're going in order with the stuff on flockfantasy.com. I just wanted to pivot over and get some free questions in the chat real quick. Kevin says, Garrett Wilson and Jaden Daniels for Jamar Chase. I have Lamar on the bench. If you have Lamar and Daniels, yes, if that's the best offer you can get for Daniels, I think go ahead and do it. Obviously, we're trying to squeeze the most value out of Jaden Daniels that we can possibly do if we have Lamar Jackson. But let's pivot over and let's answer some more of the questions that we have on the site. And we're also 1 like away from 500 likes if you have not hit that button. But yeah, of course, if you ever wanted to get a guaranteed answer, you could always go over to flockfantasy.com. We actually have the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. Or you can just go over to flockfantasy.com at any time of the day. You can go up to the top right corner, hit expert advice, and ask you can send in a trade question, start sit question, a super message, or a full-blown team review. Of course, if you were wanting a team review, what I would recommend is taking advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. And on top of that, you're going to be getting hooked up with a free Aaron Rodgers pick, more than less than half a total yard. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. And if you wanted to look at some of my favorite pick'ems for the week, Brandon Ayuk for fewer than 63 net receiving yards, and David Montgomery for more than 62.5 total yards. But let's move this back over to the questions that we have on the site. Is this going to refresh? Bam! It actually worked. Our next question is going to be a start-sit question from Brazy. Here, running back, we are going to be going with... we have great running backs. Chuba Hubbard and Jordan Mason, now that Jordan Mason's off the injury report. For the flex, we're going to go Jahmyr Gibbs, despite the tough matchup. I mean, it's a full BBR format. We can expect the expanded role as a receiver. And then we probably go with Jaden Reed as well. This is an insane team. This team is legitimately insane. I think you could throw random darts at who you start this week, and you probably still end up winning. Okay. Now, moving this over to our next question from Shane, coming out with a massive dono, says, who would you start at running back 2? Hunt, Chubb, or Brown? Your week 7 rankings has Chubb ranked above the other 2. But I feel that the snap count should hang. That shouldn't be the case. Let me go ahead and let me double check that. Rankings. Oh, dear God. Thank you for letting me know if we have Nick Chubb ranked that high. Sort by Mason Dodd. Why the hell do we have Chubb at 22? Thank God you let me know that. We're going to go through. We're going to fix that right now because there's no way I would start Nick Chubb over those other RBs. And we need to actually update this and move James Cook up now that it looks like he is completely off the injury report. I would be looking at Chubb down here behind like even Najee. Yeah, but thank you for letting me know that, my guy. I really, really needed to hear that. But let's go ahead and let's pull that back up. If I'm looking at Hunt versus Chase Brown, from what I have seen with the way that these coaching staffs talked about these running back roles, I would go ahead and I would roll with Chase Brown. Where if you were looking at Kareem Hunt, there is an outside chance that all of a sudden Clyde Edwards-Helaire takes 20 to 30% of the backfield. It's a tough matchup. Whereas Chase Brown, I think, is a more efficient back at this point of his career. I think Chase Brown is a better running back at this point of his career. And he looks like he could project out to see a similar workload and in a better matchup. So I go Chase Brown. Now, B Witness coming out with a trade question. This is Sutton and Pittman versus Higgins. Sutton is literally not even worth a roster spot. Now, I'd rather have Higgins over Pittman. It's like the best trade that you can ever make. You go through and send someone that's not worth the roster spot and get an upgrade in your starting lineup. Lil Boots coming out with a trade question. Here it says, kind of want to pivot off CMC, need running back tight end help. I have another team interested in McCaffrey with McBride. So, Lil Boots, I'm assuming that this is a dynasty team, correct? Yeah, we have guys like Cade Stover, Theo Johnson on the roster. This is definitely a dynasty team. So everybody viewing this may be a little bit different for you. But anyway, looking at this from a dynasty perspective, give me James Cook over Christian McCaffrey. Give me the early to mid 2025 first, DeAndre Swift and Christian Watson over Chris Olave. I think this side that you receive helps you win now. And I think this side that you receive may have the long-term value as well. Because, I mean, Dynasty, McCaffrey just may be done skis. Maybe done. Now, Bulldogs coming out with a team review. Excited to check this out, my friend. This is team that's Fat Chops, one of those free Underdog team reviews. We're the #1 team in the league analyzer. Love to see it. And for some laughs here, we can go check out the team at the bottom. Ooh, this team at the bottom had the Puka injury. They had Wilson take the step backwards with Adams. They had Rashad White lose his job. That team is brutalized, but we're luckily not them. However, we are 2-4. First thing I'm going to point out, obviously, not a strong QB room. And it's a 10-team league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex. So having an elite-level quarterback will make a reasonable difference here. Now, obviously, both quarterbacks that we have long-term upside. But with that being said as well, are we super excited to go through and rely on either player? Not in a 10-team league, and not when you're this loaded at every roster spot. So I think the clear move that I'm looking to make here is if I can go ahead and if I can package together Terry McLaurin with Caleb or Terry McLaurin with A-Rich and go get to a quarterback that we are very excited about. Go get to, I mean, we can go through and look at some of the teams with top quarterbacks here. This team is Hurts and Purdy. If we can send them Caleb and Terry or Caleb and Reed and get to Jalen Hurts, I think you could do that. This team here has Lamar Jackson. Same thing. If we make that deal for Lamar, would love it. This team has Daniels. If we can make that deal for Daniels, would love it. This team is Allen. If we can make that deal for Allen, would love it. Like, I think you want to you're incentivized here to get that elite level quarterback. If those rosters aren't interested in a depth receiver like Terry, I think the other thing you could look to do is sell Chuba Hubbard, in that we have running back depth. Not only do we have RB depth, but at the same time, you're looking at the top end production. This is a team that, while it's 2-4, I do want to say, we're good enough to look forward to the playoffs. So, I mean, I think you could afford to sell Chuba Hubbard here and roll with Kamara and Achane going into the future. Obviously, it'll be a downgrade in the short term, but once Jonathan Brooks is in, it'll make a ton of sense. And going over to receiver, we potentially have 3 wide receiver ones here with Lamb, Harrison, Reed. We have the depth at wide receiver as well. We have the elite tight ends with McBride. So, I mean, if you could potentially go through and package together Jake Ferguson, of course, with that quarterback to get to an elite QB, we would look to do that. But almost no matter what you do on this team, in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, where you are this strong at running back, wide receiver, and tight end, we are wanting to sell one of our depth players at any of the positions, I think the guys that'd be easiest to sell and people would be most excited about buying that wouldn't hurt us too much to move on from would be either Chuba Hubbard or Terry McLaurin. Let's go get the elite level quarterback, and then honestly, you can go over to the waiver wire and pick up Rome Odunze for completely free. Personally, that's what I would be looking to do here, my friend. But thank you again for being a member of the flock. Love the team. Think you have a ton of value. League Analyzer, think so too. And yeah, thank you so much for taking advantage of that Underdog promo. But let's move this over to our next question. It's coming out from Duke, where here the best options we could look to get in this lineup this week would either be Nick Chubb at running back or Josh Downs at wide receiver. I'd play Pickens over Downs with A-Rich starting. I'd play Najee and Brees over Chubb. The only consideration you could have is maybe Chubb over Najee. But the thing is, in Cleveland, the sportsbooks are projecting it to, I believe, be the third worst offense in the NFL. So we probably leave this lineup as is. But Austin coming out with a start set. Here, we need some help at running back. Running back, obviously, Walker and Brees must start names at this point with it being a full PPR format. Wide receiver, London and Neighbors, both top 10 options. Going over to tight end, we are going to be going with Bowers with Ferg on bye, and Bowers would be better anyway. This is an insane team. This is a team where you need to go through and you need to sell Jordan Mason right now because you don't need the Jordan Mason production. Like, realistically, I think here, obviously, we're choosing between Kupp, Debo, Mason. I think Kupp has a higher ceiling than Jordan Mason. But when you are this loaded, I don't think you're in a position in which we need to be prioritizing the ceiling play here. And instead, I think you would just be taking the guaranteed touches that you are going to get with Jordan Mason. So I would go ahead, I'd jam in the 20 opportunities in a good offense, even in a tough matchup. Obviously, if we knew Kupp was 100%, we could go ahead and we could play Cooper Kupp. But if he is a game time decision, then at that point, there's no reason to even risk the 10% chance that he's a part-time player this week. Now, FanRick coming out with a team review. Much love. Going to be excited to check this out. Says, first time ever playing. Started 0-3, but on a 3-game win streak. Let's go. Thanks for the help. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Team name, Biden's America here, and we have the worst team in this league. I'm sorry to say it, but if you look at this league analyzer, we are down here at the very, very bottom. We definitely have a hole to climb out of. Hopefully, I'm able to help here just a bit. Starting off at quarterback in a 10-team league, this is not the most exciting position to be in. We have Dak Prescott and Geno Smith. Obviously, both quarterbacks have been strong options, but looking at the waiver wire, you also have someone like Kirk Cousins out there. So it's not like these QBs are that much better than the waiver wire options that you have. Like, honestly, I would drop Geno Smith and I would play Kirk Cousins this week. Now, going over to what you have at running back, you're currently rolling with Jahmyr Gibbs, Joe Mixon. So 2 top 10 RBs rest of season. You have Tony Pollard stepping in. With the 3-down workload, with the usage as a receiver. So we love the running back depth piece. Beyond that, with Eckler, Braylon Allen, Sean Tucker. I mean, in terms of if we were to pivot off of anybody else here, I think we can wait and see what you have with the Tampa Bay running back usage this week. If it looks like they pivot away from Tucker and go back to the approach with Bucky and White, then at that point, I think that you're probably going to go ahead, probably drop Sean Tucker and pick up somebody like Jalen Warren or Roschon Johnson coming out of the bye, or Trey Benson here. Going over to wide receiver, we have Evans. I mean, obviously, if this was a 12-team format, this team would be phenomenal. But the thing is, like, 10-team league. Oh, Mike Evans isn't a wide receiver 1 in a 10-team league. He's wide receiver 2. Wilson looks like he's a wide receiver 2 post Devontae Adams trade. Jordan Addison is just simply not a viable flex in a 10-team league. We're actually, never mind, this is a deep starting lineup. So actually, the depth, it does look like it actually matters here. So honestly, with the depth mattering the way that it does, what I would look to do with this roster is I actually don't think we go and trade for an elite quarterback. I think we actually go and try to get some upgrades at wide receiver for a flex spot or two. Looking at tight ends, I think that there's a chance that we find somebody in our league that's excited about David Njoku post Amari Cooper trade. And if you could potentially go through and package together, say, David Njoku and a wide receiver like Christian Watson, and go get somebody that you feel excited to start at wide receiver every single week in these league settings, I think that could be interesting. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, I would also drop Allen Lazard post. And actually, I need to move up Ricky Pearsall in our rankings rest of season here, now that he's officially playing this week. I'd rather have Pearsall on my roster than Jennings, Lazard, Johnston. I think we move him up in like the Dontavian Wicks, Demario Douglas, Michael Wilson range. But I don't think you have to drop Ricky if you really don't want to. Like, I think I would drop Lazard before I would drop Ricky Pearsall. I would drop both guys, and I'd pick up DeAndre Hopkins and Gabe Davis. Because realistically speaking, I mean, this is a league where we actually may have to consider starting some of these receivers down here near the bottom end of our team, especially if Mike Evans potentially misses some time here with a hamstring. So, main plan is obviously one right now. I think we drop Lazard and drop Pearsall, pick up Hopkins and Gabe Davis. Hope Hopkins gets dealt to a team like KC. I think you could also potentially consider trying to package together David Njoku and Christian Watson to go get a wide receiver upgrade. But obviously what we are going to need for that to happen is we are in a need for somebody in our league to be excited about the possibility of Njoku, specifically without Amari Cooper in this offense. But again, thank you. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And I really hope that I was able to do something for you. But thank you again for everything. And congrats on the 3-game win streak. And just for funsies, can we check out how good the team is at the top? Team at the top has Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Neighbors, Walker, James Cook, Jaden Daniels. His team's goated. But good luck. Good luck. I'm kind of in the same spot in my league. The league analyzer doesn't like my team either. But Olave Garden coming out says, so tired of Jacobs sucking. We have JT and CMC. All I can do this trade without Dowdle and Hawk and Laporta already. So Jacobs has sucked. I mean, Jacobs has not had a single game with over 20 fantasy points. Now, to be fair, you had a couple weeks here with no Jordan Love. To be fair, Emmanuel Wilson did steal a touchdown. I don't even want to go there, but I think Jacobs will be much better going into the future as a 3-down running back in one of the best offenses in the league. So I still have faith with Jacobs. Looking at what we have, from Jacobs to Kamara is a clear upgrade. Flowers to Hawk, clear downgrade. You're paying Dowdle to get it done. We have Laporta on the team, so Hawkinson's not going to do much for us. So you're saying if we can do this deal without Dowdle and Hawkinson, then yes, we do it. If we can just trade Jacobs and Flowers for Alvin Kamara, if you're tired of Jacobs and you don't know if it's going to turn around and it will be better in the future, I think you can go ahead and you can make this pivot. Now, pulling up our next team reviews, one of those free Underdog team reviews from B. Huncho, I believe. This is the Brady Bunch team where I can already tell you right away, actually, is this a dynasty? Never mind, this is a keeper league. So we're pulling in the dynasty value. So I'm sorry, Brady Bunch. We can't come out here and we can't say, oh, this is by far and away the best team in the league. It's not even remotely close because the rankings are pulling in dynasty rankings. So Marvin Harrison, Brian Thomas, are much higher than they otherwise would be. So honestly, I would just kind of go ahead and I would maybe ignore the league analyzer here and ignore the rankings next to these players. But thank you again for taking advantage of that Underdog promo. Going to be excited to check this out for you. But we are currently rolling with Caleb and Gino. Completely fine quarterback room, right? Super exciting? No, but it's a 12-team format. And I think that we can play the matchups between these two guys going into the future. Going over to running back, we have a massive question here at RB2, specifically post-Travis Etienne benching. Now that you have no more Etienne and you are kind of just going back and forth between maybe Etienne, maybe Bigsby this week. We don't even know what Bucky is in a 3-man running back by committee. It will be a very scary spot. Now, with that being said, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league as well. So you are highly incentivized, if possible, to go through and get an upgrade here at running back 2, where the wide receiver depth is not going to make a big difference. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we are currently sitting with Chase, Harrison, Thomas. So I think we have a high-end wide receiver 1, a low-end wide receiver 1, and a mid-wide receiver 2 rest of season. I think you are in a very comfortable spot. Going down to the depth, we have Brandon Ayuk. We have Jordan Addison. I'm assuming we have Rashee Rice over there on the IR. But if we could take a receiver, it sucks. What I want to do is I want to sell a wide receiver depth piece, but I think Harrison's a great buy low candidate. I think Brian Thomas is a great buy low candidate. I think Brandon Ayuk is a great buy low candidate. And I don't think you're going to get anything for trading. Let me take a step back. I don't think Brandon Ayuk is a great buy low candidate, but I think at the moment you are going to get nothing for trading either Jordan Addison or Brandon Ayuk. So for me here, I think that we are kind of stuck with this team as is until you potentially get a spike from Addison, which may happen in a great matchup here against the Lions. Or maybe we get a spike from Ayuk this week finally, in a game in which we should expect that probably just absolutely everybody is watching. So if you could potentially go ahead and combine Ayuk and Bucky, Addison, and Etienne, and go get an RB upgrade. Clearly, that's what we want to do in a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Now, the issue with that is nobody's going to want these depth wide receivers right now, and nobody wants somebody like Travis Etienne. So you are kind of just stuck as is until hopefully we get a pop from one of these guys and we can go trade for a running back upgrade. But of course, I appreciate you. And if you can find somebody right now that's super excited to trade you a running back that's viable for Jordan Addison, let's go for it. I just think reality is I see a lot of people asking questions in these streams. And there are very, very few people that have told me that they are interested in trading for Jordan Addison or Brandon Ayuk. But appreciate you, and I know I wasn't able to help much, but I'm sorry. Now, Nate says, longtime viewer and supporter, much love. I'm unable to make the choice on who to start my flex. 5-0, 5-1 team, any trades. Looking at the squad here, it looks like we have no Rice rest of season, no Tolbert this week. We don't have enough depth here in my mind to be considering too many trades. I think you go ahead and you play Darnell Mooney. If you're looking at sportsbooks right now, they are currently projecting the Atlanta Falcons to, I believe, be the second highest scoring offense in the league this week, only behind the Panthers. So I think it's a spot where you can start Mooney and hope that we get the big spike week. Now, Jordan coming out with a super message says, drop Juju, Bucky, Bigsby, or Caleb for Rome. Or just hold off this week. I would drop Bigsby for Rome. Like, I mean, if we're thinking about the last spot on your roster, we are just thinking about the highest ceiling possible. And if you're looking at what you have with Bigsby, you've had one target all year. Whereas I think Rome is a top 10 NFL draft pick where we love the prospect profile of him. While at the same time, he's attached to Caleb, who has been showing that he'll improve. I think Rome probably is the higher ceiling, at least in my mind. Now, let's move this over to our next question here. Next one coming out from Eli Davis. Says, been thinking about Irving to turn Deontay and Brown into a top 15 to 20 receiver. Or trying to turn Deontay and Brown top 15 to 20 receiver. I don't like this at all. Thoughts on trading for Debo? Should I trade these two away for something better? You have to trade these two away for something better. If you look realistically, the gap between Deontay Johnson and Debo Samuel right now is not big at all. Or, I mean, if we're going to go through and just look at like weekly projections that you have on these guys, obviously Deontay is a good matchup this week, whereas you have a bad one with Debo. God, if I can get my hands on the keyboard, the correct spot to type. But can we find Deontay? Come on, computer. Load for me here, baby. Literally every time I've gone to type, I put my hands in the wrong spot. Okay. This ain't happening. Maybe can our computer load game logs of these guys? I just need something to illustrate that Debo and Deontay are not that far off. Debo, over the past 3 weeks, you've had a total of, 33 fantasy points. Whereas if we're looking at Deontay Johnson, so Debo's averaging 11 points per game over the past 3 weeks. Deontay's averaging, 17 points per game with Andy Dalton? Now, I think I have more faith in the large sample that you have with Debo as well as the Niners offense in the long term. So I still would prefer Debo over Deontay Johnson. But the thing is, the gap is not that wide at all. Going over to maybe a better wide receiver that this team has. They don't have a single receiver I would trade Chase Brown and Deontay Johnson for. Chase Brown could very easily be the starting running back, one of the best offenses in the league going into the future. My rest of season wide receiver rankings, I would trade the combo of Deontay Johnson and Chase Brown for anybody inside either the top 9 or maybe the top 10. I would trade Deontay and Chase Brown for Kupp, London, Tyree, Neighbors, A.J. Brown, Jefferson, St. Brown, Chase, Lamb. But I think going to Debo Samuel, you're not getting enough. But I really appreciate you, and I hope I was able to help out in some way. But Only If says, love the content. What should my lineup be? I just picked up Achane for Pollard. Do we start him? So, how the hell did you pick up Achane off the waiver wire? You don't start him this week. But once 2 is back in, we will. We're going to go with Dobbins and Hall. Wide receiver, we go Jefferson, Reed. Flex, we're going to go with Wilson, McLaurin. Or did we go with, we went, it doesn't matter. We're getting all 4 receivers. And we're to bench Hunt, Achane, Ridley, Wandale for these guys. And then tight end, even if Hawkinson's going to go this week, we would rather have Laporta and give Hawkinson a little bit of time to ramp up. But phenomenal pickup of Achane. I think it'll be a really good spot in the long term. Obviously, in the short term, though, when we have no Tua, this Miami offense doesn't look good. Now, AC858 coming out with one of those free Underdog team reviews. Excited to check this out. This is a 10-team league in which you start up to 4 receivers weekly. So it is a situation in which the wide receiver depth will matter a little bit more than other 10-team leagues, but there still should be great options on the waiver wire. Now, team name is Seattle Galaxy here. There are about 4 teams, according to the league analyzer, that are all relatively close. Then after that, you begin getting this steep drop-off to everybody else here. And we are in that group of 4 teams. We are the worst record-wise out of them, but we are sitting at 3-3. We have Jordan Love and A-Rich. I actually am completely fine with this quarterback room in a 10-team league. I think that with Anthony Richardson, you have a ton of long-term rushing upside. I think with Jordan Love, we may not have the rushing upside, but we have the guaranteed passing volume. I mean, we've already seen it. So, really fine with what we have at QB. Going over to what we have at running back, we're currently sitting with Kenneth Walker and Bijan Robinson. So 2 top 10 running backs rest of season. We have Jonathan Brooks, Antonio Gibson. It seems like Gibson's somebody that you're about to be ready to drop again. We had the chance to, I actually started Gibson last week in the Flock League. With no Ramondre, he had a shot. He didn't take over. It's not like he had a ton of opportunities. It's not like he had 20 touches. So, I mean, even if like Ramondre were to miss this week, would I be super excited to start Gibson? Probably not, especially not in a 10-team league. I'm still holding on to him until we get confirmation that Ramondre Stevenson's going to play or not, because if you have no Ramondre, I probably at that point go through and I probably play Gibson, especially so I can be rooting for him and have something to root for in the LA game. But yeah, I think you're about to drop Gibson probably for somebody like Roshan or Jalen Warren. We need to be moving our ranking of Ray Davis down just a bit now that we know that James Cook is good to go. But going over to what we have at wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Marvin Harrison, both potentially wide receiver ones in the long term. Devontae Adams, T. Higgins, solid wide receiver 2 options, even in a 10-team format. We have Waddle for the long term. We have a solid flex option with Jackson Smith and Jigba. Looking at wide receivers, there aren't too many wide receivers out there on the waiver wire, considering the fact that this is a 10-team league. I was honestly expecting us to maybe see some better options out here off waivers in comparison to what there is. But completely fine with where we're sitting at with this waiver wire. Tight end, we have the elite option with Trey McBride. We can obviously start McBride every single week, regardless of matchup. We're not going to expect to get a ton of value for David Njoku, particularly in a 10-team league. So looking at this team, I absolutely love it. I think that there are moves that we're going to need to make in the long term. The question is just what are we going to be doing in the short term? In the short term, we're probably not in a spot where we want to be selling wide receiver depth just yet, because obviously the Tua injury is impacting both the combo of Tyreek and Waddle, where we can't start Waddle here. So if you wanted to hold on to the wide receiver depth for now, and then I think what we could potentially do if Tua does come back, then all of a sudden we just are overloaded with wide receiver production. And we can go through and trade somebody that's really exciting like Devontae Adams with a quarterback such as Jordan Love. Get a top 3 quarterback. Go get somebody like Lamar Jackson. I think that'd be great. And then what we'd be able to do there is we'd open up a roster spot where you can bring in an additional running back. This is a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly, while at the same time, we are dealing with the Tua injury impacting some of these receivers. We don't have the Rome breakout just yet. So while we have so much wide receiver depth in the long term, I don't think we look to sell the wide receiver production just yet. But instead, we probably look to trying to think. Look to sell an exciting player like Adams or Higgins for an elite quarterback once Tua comes back and once Waddle looks like a must-start name every week again. But I really appreciate you, and I think you have a phenomenal team. Obviously, we can see that with the league analyzer here. But thank you again, and I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. Now, moving this over to Daniel. This is another one of those free Underdog team reviews. Of course, if you all have not done so already, take advantage of the Underdog offer that we have so we can go ahead and check out your team in the live stream. Also, there are a bunch of things you can do on Underdog. Right now, my favorite picks are going to be the Brandon Ayuk lower than 63.5 receiving yards, the David Montgomery higher than 62.5 total yards. And if you go over to Underdog and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you're going to be getting a free Aaron Rodgers pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game Sunday night. And on top of that, you're going to be getting a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single night. So make sure you go through the link in the live chat, use promo code FLOCK, and once you make that $10 deposit, set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. That way I can go ahead and I can accredit you with that free team review voucher. But anyway, Daniel's team here is the Authority. And this is, I believe, the second team in the league analyzer. If you're looking at the analyzer, we have 2 juggernaut type rosters in this league. It's a 12-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, so the wide receiver depth isn't going to be super important. And dear God, this is a deep team where we have a bunch of bench spots. So real quick, quarterback, we are okay with, right? We have Jordan Love, 12-team format. I think Love's about a mid QB1. I think he could potentially lead the NFL in passing yards per game. I think he could potentially lead the NFL in passing touchdowns per game. However, the issue that you're going to have, of course, is more so centered around the fact that he is not going to run the ball if you did have an issue with him. Now, going over to where we are at running back, we have 2 top 10 RBs rest of season with Barkley and Gibbs. We have Jordan Mason, which gives you the short-term production, but not the long-term upside. But honestly, I mean, this is a team that's 2-4, right? So we're probably in a spot in which we should be thinking a little more short-term oriented to make sure that we can actually win right now. We have Spears, Tyler Goodson. Obviously, Jonathan Taylor is still banged up, but for me personally, I don't think Tyler Goodson's a running back that's worth a roster spot. Even if Taylor misses, there's no way that I'm starting this guy now that Sermon's completely I don't know. Now that Sermon's completely off the injury report, it's going to be a running back by committee. I don't think Goodson's any good. A-Rich probably not going to dump the ball off a ton either. So I'd probably rather have somebody like Trey Benson, where if you get an injury to James Cook, I know immediately Trey Benson is a must-start running back. Now, going over to receiver, typically I'd say, wide receiver depth doesn't matter in this league. We don't want to be rostering this many players, but our wide receiver room is not great. It's a 10-team league. Our wide receiver 1's Deontay. Wide receiver 2's Terry. Wide receiver 3's Dell. Definitely not a bad spot, right? I mean, obviously, you can make an argument that Deontay, Terry McLaurin are borderline top 15 receivers right this second. Make a strong argument for that. And that they're high-end wide receiver 2s in a 10-team league. But I would say this is definitely the weaker spot of the team where running back is the strength, particularly at the top. So I'm okay with us rostering some of these depth names. I think it's maybe just important that we focus in on the players that maybe have a little bit more of a ceiling here rather than a floor at wide receiver. Going through and looking at what we have with the wide receivers in particular, we have Wilson, Douglas, Wicks, Ricky, Sticky as the best waiver options. So I don't think you need to drop any of these guys at the bottom to pick up these names. We have the elite tight end with Kelsey. Now that Rashee Rice is gone, obviously Kelsey should be very exciting. So looking at what you have currently with this roster, it's a really awkward spot to try to figure out exactly what we should do here. Typically, I want to stray away from wide receiver depth in a league like this and lean into running back depth and maybe sell the wide receiver depth piece to go get an elite quarterback. But to be honest, without the alpha wide receivers at the top, I think we may have a difficult time going through and moving on from any of the depth pieces. Because the thing is, too, I would love to tell you, like, oh, let's trade. I mean, hell, I'll say it anyway. I just know you're not going to be able to do it. But, oh, let's go sell Wan'Dale Robinson and Jordan Love, and let's go get a top 4 quarterback with either Allen, Lamar, Daniels, or Hurts. Well, if we can do that deal with any combination of Love, Juju, Ridley, Myers, Wan'Dale, 100% we do it. Just I would be very confident your league mates are going to laugh when you approach them with it. So honestly, I think that this roster is probably set up how I would have it. And the main thing that I'd be looking to do at this point is just continuously play waivers and try to see if we can find an exciting wide receiver that can turn into an every week flex play. The issue is it's just harder seeing that at wide receiver than it is at running back. I mean, obviously we had it, say, with the Jordan. I mean, we had it with the Puka Nacua pickup last year, but very rarely does that actually occur. But thank you again for taking advantage of the free Underdog offer. Really excited that we were able to check out your team for you. It's up here at the very top of the league analyzer. We are one of the juggernaut teams in this league. I think it's tough for me to come up with much based off the construction of the team, however. Now moving this over to Dimple, says, genuinely don't know who to start besides Jefferson and Brees. Well, running back, we can jam in Brees. I'm going to go with Mason as well, with Gibbs having a really tough matchup. We're going to go Jefferson, Kupp, assuming that he is good to go. Tight end, we go Laporta, even if you have no Amari in Cleveland. And then down in the flex, this is where things get interesting. I think we probably go with Jahmyr Gibbs. If you were looking at, say, Garrett Wilson with no Davante Adams, you could have made an argument for him. But with Adams in, you can't. And this is just an insane team. This is an insane team. Now, Doughboy coming out with a team review. Says, love the content, my guy. Superstition behind the generic team name. Much appreciated, my man. Much love, and we'll be super excited to check this out. And I will say quickly that this is a super, super shallow format. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. And an 8-team league at that as well. So you're in a spot in which we should have phenomenal waiver wire options, and every deal we look to make is a 2-for-1, 3-for-1 deal to get an improvement inside the starting lineup. Now, team name is laughable. I don't know if ESPN hooked you up with this, but dear God. Here we have Josh Allen, a quarterback. Super surprised to see Josh Allen, a quarterback, on a 6-0 team, considering some of the dud weeks we've had from Allen. I still think personally that Allen is a must-start QB every single week, regardless of matchup, even in an 8-team format. Really no hesitation here whatsoever, especially now that Amari is coming over. But the rushing upside is insane, of course. Now, going over to what you have at running back, you're currently sitting with Kenneth Walker, James Cook, DeAndre Swift, Nick Chubb, Chuba Hubbard, Jonathan Brooks, Zach Charbonnet, Ray Davis. So in general, we want to be selling the depth plays that have a cap ceiling and looking to use them as 2-for-1 pieces to get absolute studs in the lineup. So one thing that I think could make a ton of sense here, specifically for a 6-0 roster, is if you could go through and if you could potentially pivot over and get to a player like Christian McCaffrey, where of course, obviously with CMC, this is a running back that you have no idea what we should expect. We have no idea what exactly we are going to get, but he would have the upside to make a difference even in an 8-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So for me personally, I think on a 6-0 roster where we don't necessarily need the production right now, I would love to see if we could sell, say, the combo of like Amari Cooper and DeAndre Swift, or Terry McLaurin and Nick Chubb, or Amari Cooper, Chuba Hubbard, Terry McLaurin and Chuba Hubbard, and a 2-for-1 deal to go get that absolute stud like McCaffrey. I think another thing that you could look to do here as well is maybe look to pick up. Actually, we already have Nico Collins. Never mind. But going through the rest of this, wide receiver, we have 3 potential top 5 wide receivers when all fully healthy with Lamb, Jefferson, and Nico, which is exactly what we are wanting on a 6-0 team. Obviously, we are just thinking about the long term here. So absolutely love what we have at wide receiver. The thing to point out is this is a league where Jameson, Rome Odunze, and Ladd McConkey are all on waivers. So you should very easily be able to backfill wide receiver production by picking up Jameson for free. So what I would love to do, even with the Nico Collins injury on a 6-0 team where we are just thinking long-term, if you could potentially go through and sell either Amari Cooper and Evan Ingram or Terry McLaurin and Evan Ingram in a 2-for-1 deal to get to a top 3 quarterback, whether that's McBride, Bowers, Kelsey, whoever it may be. But if you can go ahead and if you can make that play, I think it would be phenomenal. Specifically here in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, everybody should have strong wide receivers and running backs. One of the very few ways that you can make yourself stand out is going to be the elite tight ends. See, I would love, obviously, Evan Ingram looked great, but if we could pivot from Evan Ingram to somebody like Travis Kelce by selling the depth receiver and then picking up Jameson Williams for free off the waiver wire, I think that's something we would look to do. And also with this team, I think it could be interesting to potentially go out there and try to acquire McCaffrey at a discount, given the fact that we ourselves don't really need to worry about the running back floor. The only thing that we are concerned with is potentially the ceiling for the fantasy football playoffs. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out here in some way, my friend. But let's move this over to Fat Swoosh. Team name, Houston to Miami. This is one of those free underdog team reviews. Thank you so much for taking advantage of that promo. Going to be excited to check this out. One thing I'm not excited to see, though, is we are near the bottom of the league analyzer with this. We are down here at 9. We are a 3-3 team. I'm assuming that this is a 1 quarterback format. Let me just double check this. But we are currently rostering 3 QBs. This will be something that I probably want to change here. It does look like most people are rostering 2 quarterbacks, but especially with this being a 10-team league, like going over to the waiver wire, if we really needed to pick up a quarterback, you could always get somebody like Geno Smith for free. So for me personally, I understand that, yes, we obviously have both Dak Prescott as well as Caleb Williams on bye. But coming out of the bye week, you're for sure going to be dropping your least favorite quarterback here. I'd imagine that is going to be Drake May. And to be completely honest with you as well, you only need a quarterback for this week. So what I would personally do is I would actually go ahead and honestly, I'm kind of confident in saying this. I would drop Drake May start Geno Smith this week. And then after this week, when you get Dak and Caleb back in, then at that point, drop Geno and only roster 2 quarterbacks going into the future. Going over to what you have at running back, you're currently rolling with Derrick Henry, Joe Mixon. So 2 top 10 RBs here rest of season. We have Eckler and Dameon Pierce. Obviously, Pierce had a role this past week. Looks like he should be the guy rest of season with the Akers trade. Now, with that being said, am I like all in on Dave? No, I think that you can honestly find a much better option, particularly in a 10-team league here. Going over to the waiver wire, I'd view Braylon Allen as that top end handcuff, where if you were to get an injury to Breece Hall, you should see Braylon Allen be the most likely a top 12-ish running back in fantasy and somebody that we can immediately start. Going over to receiver, we have Diggs, Nico, Wandale, Juju, Bob Means. So I think this is probably why we're at the bottom of the league analyzers, because we're rostering like May, Pierce, and Means in a 10-team league. Definitely better options for you on waivers. I would go ahead and I'd drop Bub Means right now, and instead I'd pick up Rome Odunze, somebody that I think has significantly more upside rest of season for you here to continue to improve, especially if you're a believer in Caleb Williams. Going over to tight end, we have the combination of Laporta and Dalton Kincaid. So it's another spot where I actually think it would make a ton of sense to go get an upgrade at wide receiver, especially with the Nico Collins injury, where if you could potentially go through and sell, say, the combo of Dalton Kincaid and Wan'Dale Robinson, or Sam Laporta and Wan'Dale Robinson, and go get an upgrade there at receiver, I think that would make a ton of sense. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I really think the move we make, cut May, pick up Geno, cut Pierce, pick up Braylon Allen, cut Bub Means, pick up Rome Odunze. And if we can, I would go through and I would try to be selling Dalton Kincaid with Wan'Dale Robinson in a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade in the starting lineup at wide receiver. But really do appreciate you. Really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here, my friend. But Johnny says, I haven't got my free team review voucher yet after going through all the steps. 1, really like the profile pic. I actually saw Kodak in concert a couple years ago. But 2, all you have to do is go through, use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy, make a $10 deposit. And then the morning after, every single day, Underdog sends me the list of all the email addresses that used promo code FLOCK and made that $10 deposit that day. For the day before. And then that day I get the email addresses. We go through and we accredit all those accounts with free team review vouchers. So if you just use promo code FLOCK and made the $10 deposit on Underdog right now, you should be getting your free team review voucher tomorrow morning. If it's been a couple of days and you still don't have your team review voucher, then at that point you can email Mason Dodd at flockfantasy.com and I'd be happy to hook you up. But you can tell almost every single team review we're doing here is with that free Underdog promo. So, they're getting them. They're getting out there. You just got to be a little bit patient, my friend. If you just signed up right now, get in the morning. But let's move this over to our next question. This one's coming out from Connor. It's a start sit question where at running back, we have disgusting room. No Dowdle, no CMC. Tracy has Singletary playing now, but no Pacheco, no Brooks. We are choosing between Algier, Sermon, and Tracy. I don't want to tell anybody to start Sermon, but we're going to do it here. I don't want to. Tyler Algier is supposed to be in a very high-scoring game environment. We'll start Tyler Algier. We'll bench Tracy with Singletary coming in. Hate it. Don't like it. Don't want to do it, but I think you got to. And yeah, this is a tough week for this team with these injuries and the buys. Now, Richie coming out with a trade question. Here we're sending Tony Pollard, Brian Thomas for Jacobs, Pittman, Addison. Pollard to Jacobs, upgrade. Brian Thomas to Jordan Addison, downgrade. We get Pittman for our troubles. I think we get the best player in the deal. I just hate selling Brian Thomas. I'd probably rather have the Pollard and Brian Thomas side. The way that I would do this is if we could add a depth wide receiver, someone in the range of Josh Downs instead, and then have them keep Pittman and have them keep Addison. It's probably what I'd be looking to do, but don't feel great about it, to be honest. Now, moving this over to our next question. This one's coming out from Kobo Bell. Says, I also have Trey Sermon in consideration as JT is out. Okay, let's go ahead and let's look at this. We're not going to start Sermon over either of these guys. You go ahead and you play Dobbins and Montgomery. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Jaden Reed. And then, yeah, assuming this is a PBR format, I'm not considering Sermon here in a committee with Anthony Richardson not checking the ball down often. I think you go ahead and you play actually Jordan Addison in a great matchup and Tank Dell with no Nico Collins. But yeah, we're not going to go with Sermon, even with James Conner being out. Now, Draft Purdy coming out with a trade question. Here, this is Zach Moss to upgrade to Joe Mixon, Jefferson to downgrade to Cooper Kupp. We get Christian Kirk for our troubles. Oh my gosh. I do not want to tell anybody to trade away Jefferson, but obviously here Cooper Kupp could very easily be a top 10 receiver. Not only could Kupp be a top 10 receiver, but at the same time, Mixon could be an RB1. Zach Moss could be an absolute zero at this point. We just don't know. So this is a really tough spot to be in. Can y'all spam the chat? Would y'all rather have Jefferson or Kupp here? Please let me know in the live chat. Can you spam it? Jefferson or Cooper Kupp? Jefferson or Kupp? Now, Billy says Jet is untouchable. Alessa says Kupp side. Kupp, Jefferson, Kupp, Jefferson, Kupp, Jefferson, sell Kupp. Does look like most people prefer the Cooper Kupp side. I think it's just extremely tough to move off of someone like Justin Jefferson. Even if Kupp has the upside, obviously you are taking on some inherent risk with the injury. Whereas I don't really see any risk being there with the Jefferson side of things, but we can go Kupp. We can. Now, Kobo Bell with another trade says, is it worth it for the Josh Allen stack? Trying to win the playoffs at this point. We have Dobbins and Amari ranked pretty much back-to-back. At running back, we'd be left over with... Let me go back to our start set. We'd be left over with Montgomery, Bigsby, Rashad White. Then hell no. No. You cannot do this. You have to hold on to J.K. Dobbins. You already have more than enough wide receiver production. I don't think you can give up another running back. Now, Dave coming out with a massive donut says, Mason, thoughts on this trade? I think the Godwin for Hill part is pretty even, but my tight end would be much improved. Pull the trigger or hold out for a Tua return. Thanks, Dog, for the tips. Thank you so much. And yeah, Tua comes back in. I think Tyreek Hill's the top 3 wide receiver in fantasy. and significantly ahead of what you have with Godwin. However, obviously, until Tua is back, Godwin is a much better option than Tyreek. I don't think Laporta is a big difference. Let me rephrase that. I don't think Laporta's the elite tight end we drafted him to be. I think he's a mid tight end one that's better than streaming, but I don't think we can put him in the same tiers like Kelsey at this point. If you think that Laporta is a significant upgrade for your tight end position, I think go ahead and take Godwin unless you are a team that is set to be guaranteed to go to the playoffs. Like if you're 5-1, then at that point, I think you need to go ahead and you need to take Tyreek Hill because Tyreek's just going to lap Godwin in the playoffs if Tua is back in. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. And it is a really tough spot to be in. But if you view Laporta still as that elite level option, I think we can run with it. But let's move this back over and get some more questions going. Next question is going to be a start sit from Murphy Owen. I do want to reiterate, if y'all wanted to get in any questions, obviously you can always get a guaranteed answer on flogfantasy.com with a button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can ask a super message, start sit question, trade question, team review, whatever you are wanting. You could also find a link in the live chat there. But if you did want a team review, I would recommend just taking advantage of the promo that we have with Underdog. That way it's only $10. All you have to do is go over to Underdog Fantasy. And if you are new and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free Aaron Rodgers pick, more than less than half a total yard, and a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. So you can find that link in the live chat and the description. Just make sure you set up an account on flogfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way I know who to credit with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over to Murphy Owens. Says, kind of figured I'd start Brees, but I do have Robinson. Also, don't know about my wide receiver 2 or flex. Okay, excited to check this out. Running back, 100%, you go Brees. I understand that Brian Robinson looks like it's a great matchup against Carolina, but he's not fully healthy. I don't think we can jam him in just yet. Wide receiver, I probably go with Jaden Reed. You actually have a very low total for the Jets offense, according to sportsbooks here, for this matchup against Pittsburgh. And then going down to the flex, I think we are going to be going with Brian Robinson in a really good matchup against the Carolina Panthers if healthy. And if he's not going to go, then you'll pivot over to Garrett Wilson. But thank you again. Really hope I was able to help you out. Now moving this over to Authoritah. Says, who do I bench? Adams, Ayuk, Chase Brown, or Brian Thomas Jr.? And then search Stroud or Darnold. Very tough spot with Darnold having a great matchup here. I have Stroud and Darnold in the same tier this week. I still think I would go Stroud over Darnold, but it's incredibly close. And then here at wide receiver 2, I will go ahead and play Devontae Adams. If we are looking at Adams, this is a situation in which I want to be a little bit hesitant. It's first weekend, tough matchup. And like we said, you do have a low total here if you're looking at what sportsbooks are saying for this game. Okay. Now going over to what we have for the flex. We have Brian Thomas as a massive bounce back candidate. I think we go with Chase Brown as well. Where if you are looking at Chase Brown, this is a running back expanding his role, where this coaching staff is giving us the wink and the nod that it sounds like it is just going to be Chase Brown's season from here on out. And expectations should be that you do get significantly less Zach Moss. Obviously not a guarantee, but that's what I'm expecting. Okay. Now, Jay Dollar Sign coming out with a start set question. Running back, we are going to go ahead. We're going to play Jordan Mason completely off the injury report. Wide receiver, we are going to go with Jaden Reed. And then for the flex, I think that you can play it a couple different ways. Full PPR format, I'm probably going to take T. Higgins. But actually, I think that J.K. Dobbins has the higher floor here, to be honest. So it's honestly kind of up to you down with the flex. But if you wanted to go with Dobbins over Higgins, honestly, I'm doing it regardless. It's a great matchup that you have going up against Arizona. Obviously, you're not going to get the same reception volume that you would with Higgins, but you're probably more likely to get the touchdown and you get the guaranteed 15 plus touches. Now, J-Lo coming out with a team review. Much love. Excited to dive into it. Says, hey, Mason, how are you feeling about the team? Any possible trade ideas? Thank you, Go. Thank you so much. We'll be excited to check this out. This is Maserati Marv. So this is the number one team in this league analyzer. Not that far ahead of the second team, but in reality, it's like the top 2 to 3 teams are juggernauts. Then we have a pretty big fall off after that, but clearly never going to be complaining about having the best team in the league and just going through, oh, maybe it's not good enough. No, it's good. Okay, going over and looking at what we have here at quarterback. We are currently rolling with Lamar and Mahomes. No idea how we got here. Clearly what we would want to do, but it's much easier said than done, is we would want to sell Mahomes and a running back to go get an RB2. The running back that I would look to sell on this roster would be Javonte Williams, knowing that Javonte is an RB that pops off in a primetime game in a super unique game environment that's probably not going to really ever repeat here in Denver. Most weeks going into the future, we should probably operate under the assumption that the Broncos will be trailing and they will be dogs in their matchups. Going over to what we have at running back, we have the anchor with Brees, obviously very excited. We have Chubb, Javonte as viable RB2s. I don't want to sit here and act like it's the most exciting thing in the world, of course. We have Mostert, Ford, Blake Corum as just pure depth pieces. I would actually rather roster somebody like Trey Benson at this point over Blake Corum. I need to move Gibbs. I need to move Akers down now that Aaron Jones is healthy. But regardless, yeah, I would probably drop either Blake Corum or Jerome Ford for Trey Benson. Or I think Benson, you could naturally see the role expand as the year goes on. While at the same time, I think you have the possibility that, I don't know, if James Conner gets injured, Trey Benson just kind of becomes a must-start option for you. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we have 2 wide receiver ones for the long term. Clearly, it's a phenomenal team. We're 5-1. Really, what we are thinking about here is just long-term. We have Chris Olave for the long term. We should get Derek Carr back in. Not only should we get Derek Carr back in, but at the same time, we should be in a spot where Olave himself is back. So it's a phenomenal wide receiver room. We have plenty of depth with Pittman and Keon. With waiver wire options, I don't make any. Going over to tight end, we have Kelsey and Hawkinson. So this is a phenomenal team here. I mean, there is very little that we could possibly say with this roster. I think the one thing that's very easy to say, and it's much easier to say than it is to actually do, is if you could go ahead and if you could potentially sell Patrick Mahomes in a 2-for-1 deal to go and upgrade the running back position, that would be something that we would really like to do. Obviously, when we have Lamar, we don't need Mahomes. There's no world in which we're ever starting Patrick Mahomes here. If we can find somebody in our league that's willing to ignore the lack of production that you've had from Mahomes so far this season and is willing to give us a reasonable price tag on him, we would love to make that pivot. Same thing is if you have TJ Hawkinson coming out and crushing, then at that point, you could possibly view Hawkinson as a sell-high candidate when we have Travis Kelce and effectively just look to package him as well as a running back like Nick Chubb and go get an RB upgrade. Like, clearly those are the moves that we want to make with this team, is selling the backup quarterback that has the name appeal, selling the backup tight end that has the name appeal with our running back depth pieces and 2-for-1 trades to try to go get an upgrade. Like, that is the ideal trade if possible. The issue is it's more likely than not just not possible. Probably just kind of stuck as is. But maybe if you get you're probably not going to be able to make it right now. But if we get a spike week, then at that point, I definitely think you could. But I do want to reiterate, I think I would right now cut either Blake Corum or Jerome Ford, and I would go out and get Trey Benson. I just think it's more so a premium handcuff back here. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here, my friend. And yeah, congrats on being 5-1. Looks like it's an extremely strong team. Okay. Now moving over to our next question. This was coming out from Knack4. Running back, we are going to go through. We're going to be jamming in Jordan Mason, David Montgomery, tough matchup. No Jonathan Taylor this week. Wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to be playing T. Higgins as well as Deontay Johnson. And then for the flex spots, we're going to play David Montgomery and Chase Brown, with Brown expanding his role. No DJ Moore, no Taylor this week, and no I don't want to say no Ladd McConkey. Ladd McConkey banged up. Probably will play, but still don't want to rely on him right now. I think it's very easy to fill this out, to be honest. Now moving over to Gucci Birkenstocks. Says 2-4. Playing potential trade partner this week. So maybe buying a W as well. I love that thought process. So we are giving him Lamb on bye. We are getting an upgrade from Dobbins to Bijan. And we're getting Tyreek for the long term. Tyreek already through the bye week as well. I think we make this move. We send him CeeDee Lamb. We hopefully give ourselves a shot to win. I think you have a pretty big downgrade from Lamb to Tyreek in the short term. In the long term, once Tua is back in, they may be closer than they are right this second. So yeah, I'd probably go ahead and I'd probably make this move. Now, Lucky Monkey coming out with a trade. So should I offer this straight up or instead of McLaurin offer Evans? I'd rather trade McLaurin than Evans. And 100% I'd rather have the Justin Jefferson side. This is a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So anytime you're able to take 2 wide receiver 2s like this and pivot over to that elite top 5 option, almost regardless of position, it is something we are wanting to do. Now, Ginger Baby says 12-team app PBR, 1 quarterback, 3 wide receiver. Wide receiver fell apart, sending a bunch of stuff. 2025 second from me as well. If Ginger Baby, can you let me know, is this if you're in this live stream right now, could you please let me know, is this a dynasty league? If this is a dynasty league, obviously we're viewing it in a different light than we would otherwise. Waddle to JSN, slight downgrade. Dobbins to Jacobs, big time upgrade. We're getting Darnell. Honestly, regardless if it's a dynasty, we're doing this deal. Dynasty redraft, sure. Let's go get Jacobs. Let's get the running back upgrade. And JSN and Mooney versus Waddle. Downgrade in the long term, but for right now, I don't think so much. So I make this deal, but also at the same time, I personally view Josh Jacobs a tier ahead of J.K. Dobbins, and I know most people wouldn't agree with that. So, of course, proceed at your own risk. Now, Bob coming out with a trade question here. This is Mixon and Harrison versus Jamar Chase. Oh, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take Jamar. I think Harrison's a great buy low candidate if you can get him as like a wide receiver 2 price tag. But here, I feel like we are getting more than enough value. Obviously, Mixon looks like a top 10 RB, but this is a 12-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So getting the true elite receiver, I think, does make sense. Now, Gavin coming out with the start sit says, it's Friday, Mason, 5-1 after this week. Thoughts on the roster and my flex? Thanks. Thank you. I would rather not have Jameson in here if we could avoid it. And yeah, we can't avoid it. I'll go Jaden Reed over Jameson Williams, to be honest. Let's see. Who do we have down here in the flex? I don't want to start ETN. I think we can start Aaron Jones now that he is off the injury report. And if you wanted to get Jameson in, completely fine to start Jameson. I will say that the volume hasn't been super consistent. I believe he's averaging 3 targets a game over the past, and maybe 4 targets a game, 3 or 4 targets a game over the past 3 weeks. But obviously the long touchdowns have been there. This is a tough matchup to assume the long touchdowns will be there against Minnesota. Now going over to our next question. This is a team review from Evans. Says, haircut going down this week. You better believe it. It took me a second, but you better believe it. Any advice on moving up with the wide receiver room? Well, really do appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out. This is Evan Small. Looking at the team in the league analyzer, we are 6th. It does look like there's a pretty big drop after 6th down a tier. It looks like team 1's in his own tier, team 2's in his own tier, then teams 3 through 6 are about the same. Teams 7 through 10 are about the same, and then the bottom 2 teams are kind of garbage. But it is a league where you can go through and you can start 4 receivers weekly. So wide receiver depth definitely matters a bit. First thing that we can say that's honestly a very easy thing to say is we need to go through and we need to be moving on from Justin Fields. Easy to cut Justin Fields here, knowing that we're going to be able to start CJ Stroud every single week, regardless of matchup. Pretty much it was confirmed by George Pickens today that Russell Wilson will be the starter over Fields at this point. So I would go ahead. I would cut Fields. I wouldn't pick up another quarterback. If you did want another QB, it would be Caleb Williams. But I would ask yourself is, would you ever go through and would you ever start Caleb over Stroud? And if the answer is no, then just pick up a running back or a receiver. I mean, going over to running back, obviously we are in a phenomenal spot. We have 2 top 10 backs with Barkley and Jacobs. Not only do we have the top end production here, but we also have, Barkley and Mixon, but we also have the depth piece in Josh Jacobs as well. So it's a league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So I actually do agree. Then down here on the bottom end of the team, we don't need to be focusing in on too much help at running back. As a quick side note, I personally would prefer having Trey Benson over Dameon Pierce, even if I was sitting with Joe Mixon on my team. Then going over to wide receiver, we need help desperately. Wide receiver is a position that matters given these league settings, while at the same time, we have the worst wide receiver room in this league. And if we go over to what we have with the waiver wire, what my hope was on this team as we pulled it up is my hope was there was going to be strong wide receiver options on waivers. I see a lot of teams that they have like Rome Odunze sitting out there on the waiver wire writing, oh, go pick up Rome. Maybe he does something. Where here, if the best waiver wire pickups, either Troy Franklin or Jordan Whittington, what the hell am I supposed to tell you in terms of making a waiver wire swap here? I don't think you can. I think that there are better running backs on waivers than there are receivers in this league. So what I would probably look to do in that case is I would most likely look to go ahead and it sucks to say it. I think you got to trade a running back. Now, of course, we can sit here and go, okay, well, the running back with the least value on our team that we could get something for would be potentially Josh Jacobs. We can go ahead and we can try to sell Jacobs. But the thing is, from what I've seen in live streams, you selling Jacobs, you're not going to be expecting a ton. Whereas on the other end, Joe Mixon, the running back that is more exciting here, I think you could pivot off, and I think you could actually get a ton of value for him. So what I would potentially consider doing is going over and seeing if we can get to a wide receiver. I don't even say like Tyreek Hill, because obviously it's a 3-3 team, so we just can't be thinking long-term. We actually got to be thinking about production you can get right now. So maybe going over and looking at the rankings here, just to try to get a sense of the wide receiver range that we would want. Jacobs in the average expert ranks. Like if you could pivot over to Marvin Harrison, I think that would make a lot of sense for you. If you could pivot over to Jaden Reed, and obviously my initial offer will not be Jacobs straight up here. What I'd prefer to do is I'd prefer to try to lowball him and ask for another piece added in. Like we can go through and look at some of the teams with the garbage running back rooms. This team just lost Rachaad White. So this team just lost Rachaad White. They're having to choose between White and Tucker as their RB2 this week. If you go through and, I'm sorry, those other deals were if we were to sell Jacobs. If we're selling Mixon, obviously we're charging more. But if we were to sell them Joe Mixon, well, we could possibly expect back. The thing is, we want to do it straight up for Devonta Smith. And at the same time, they don't really have another piece that they can add on that would bridge the gap. So honestly, this team, maybe not a great trade partner with us. This team, on the other hand, they just lost Etienne and Moss pretty much. They're having to start Tony Pollard at RB1 and then possibly Travis Etienne or Zach Moss at RB2. So if you could go through and if you could offer them Joe Mixon and get maybe like Tyreek Hill and Tank Dell and build out the wide receiver depth in a league where wide receiver depth matters and we have the worst wide receiver room in the league and we have Josh Jacobs who can backfill for us there at RB2. I think that is what I would be looking to do personally. We can go ahead and look at the bottom team. The issue with the bottom team is it's so bad they probably don't have receivers. They have some people. They lost Pacheco, so they're really looking at like maybe Antonio Gibson this week. Like if you can sell them, say Mixon and get back. Like if we can sell them Mixon and Worthy and get back like London and Deontay Johnson, obviously that'd be exciting. The issue is that team's so bad, then all of a sudden they're just absolutely dead at wide receiver, so they may not even do that. But yeah, I think with how thin your wide receiver room is and how thin the waiver wire is as well, you actually do have to go through and sell one of the running backs for some wide receiver help, particularly in the league that you're in. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, my friend. But let's go over to Iceberg Beats. Says this is a start to quarterback 6-point passing touchdown league. My other quarterback's Jalen Hurts. What do you think of the trade? So if we have Jalen Hurts, moving off of Daniels is something we can reasonably do without sounding like a crazy person. Going from Reed to Neighbors is a massive, massive upgrade. And we're getting Mahomes and Ayuk for effectively I think I really like it. If you didn't have Jalen Hurts, it'd be tougher, but I still think you're probably getting the most value just given how damn strong Malik Neighbors looks at this point. But knowing that you have Jalen Hurts, it makes it 10 times better. Now moving over to Slush Monkey. This is a start sit question here. Says, do I start Addison or do I pick up Michael Wilson and wait for Harrison? I may need a high ceiling because of the running back. Yeah, running back is a little bit difficult. I don't want to tell anybody here to start Ramondre Stevenson, knowing that Ramondre was kind of already operating in a running back by committee. Now you sprinkle on the fact that Ramondre Stevenson is dealing with an injury. We know he's in a garbage offense. It's a London game. I would go Ramondre here if he does play, even if I would hate it. If he doesn't play, then obviously at that point, we are going to go ahead. We're going to take Tyler Algier. And then for the flex, we will go with Harrison if he's good to go. And then, yeah, if Harrison's not good to go, you have to go ahead and you have to play Jordan Addison. Obviously, with Addison having a strong matchup against Detroit. But Neil coming out with a start-sit question. Says, hook 'em horns, baby. They're eating the pets. They're eating the cats. Time to eat them dogs. Absolutely love it. And thank you for stopping by the stream, of course, my guy. But looking at what we have here, we need to choose a wide receiver between Adams, Waddle, and Dell. Obviously, Adams' first weekend, we're not expecting him to hit the ground running 100%. But I still think you very easily start Devontae Adams over these other options. And then going down to what you have with the potential flex, I think you most likely stick at wide receiver and go Tank Dell with no Nico Collins. The underdog pick'ems on Dell are actually pretty damn high this week. And I would like to know, do we have another option instead of Noah Fant? If you have like Zach Ertz on your waiver wire, maybe go pick up Zach Ertz instead of Fant. But let's pivot over for Jake. I got London out of Dobbins. I also got Godwin out of Njoku at the beginning of the year. If that's the case, I'm expecting this to be a monstrous squad. Phenomenal trades, obviously. London, I mean, both guys look like top 10 wide receivers rest of season. But we are actually only sitting at 7th in the league analyzer here. It is a 10-team league where we can start 4 receivers weekly. So we should expect decent waiver wire options because it's a 10-team format. But with that being said as well, wide receiver depth does matter somewhat. Now, this is the weirdest freaking team I've ever seen. As you can start 4 receivers, like we said. So wide receiver depth does matter somewhat. But here we have Anthony Richardson and Jared Goff at quarterback. I understand we have a couple elite running backs at the top, and we are maybe struggling here at QB, but there's no world in which you can ever roster as many quarterbacks as running backs. You have like Rico Dowdle sitting out there on the waiver wire. You have Bucky Irving sitting out there on waivers. So you need to go through, you need to cut one of these QBs. I know you can say, well, Mason, I don't trust either one fully. Well, you're in the streaming quarterback business. The streaming quarterback business, especially when you have guys like Cousins, Darnold, Geno sitting out there on the waiver wire, you are completely okay to just roster one quarterback, whoever you trust most this week, and then go with a different waiver wire option the next week if your guy disappoints. So I would start A-Rich over Goff in a really tough matchup this week. So personally for me, I would cut Goff. I would play Anthony Richardson, to be honest. And then at running back, we are going to pick up Rico Dowdle for free. Obviously, Dowdle on bye, but next week coming out of the bye, he's starting running back for the Dallas Cowboys, with really nobody else seeing any work. Going over to wide receiver, we have 4 viable wide receivers you can start every single week. I mean, we're sitting here with Drake London, Chris Godwin, Devontae Adams, Brian Thomas, obnoxious. We even have quality depth like JSN and Darnell Mooney. Now, obviously, plan A, if possible, is if you could potentially take one of these depth receivers, such as Jackson Smith-Njigba, and package JSN with one of our quarterbacks, such as Anthony Richardson, and go pivot to a quarterback that you're more excited about, we would absolutely love to make that move. Now, obviously, that's plan A. I don't know how likely that actually is, but I would love to go for it. Going over to what we have at tight ends, we're currently rolling out Jake Ferguson and Evan Ingram. Same thing here. Obviously, 2 mid tight end ones that look strong. I don't think that they're to the Kelsey Kittle McBride tier, So, I mean, if you could take Mooney and Ingram or Mooney and Ferguson and get to Bowers, Kelsey, McBride, Kittle, I think we would go ahead and we would do that. That we were just not rostering so many wide receiver depth pieces. And if, honestly, I think you can even afford to make a bigger deal than that as well. Like, instead of maybe going through and trying to sell JSN and A-Rich to get a marginal QB upgrade, I think you try to sell like Anthony Richardson and Devontae Adams for a top 4 QB. Go get somebody like Lamar, Daniels, or Hurts, or Allen, knowing that you have other guys that backfill up into that slot anyway. And then, I would drop the backup quarterback. I would go through and I would pick up Rico Dowdle for free off waivers. And if you are able to make those 2-for-1 deals where we sell the wide receiver depth pieces to go get upgrades elsewhere, then at that point, what we are wanting to do is we are wanting to just go over and pick up guys like Romadou and say Ladd McConkey for free off the waiver wire that have a lot of upside. So really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out here with this. And X1 StreamX, yes, I will reject your review. But let's move this over to Hassan. This is another free Underdog team review. Going to be excited to check this out. This is DMV Dogs. This is the second team in the league analyzer. Currently, we are in a little bit of a 3-way race for first here, where the rest of the league is far behind this. It is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where wide receiver depth doesn't particularly matter, and any opportunity we get to sell the wide receiver depth in a 2-for-1 deal for an upgrade elsewhere, it is something that we should be looking to do, while at the same time, we probably want to be prioritizing running backs down there on the bottom end of our bench that have the upside, that are potentially an injury away. But anyway, starting off at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Lamar Jackson. Obviously, love to see it. We're 5-1. I'm sure Lamar is a big, big reason for that. When we have Lamar, we can start him every single week, regardless of the matchup. And don't need a roster of seconds. Going over to running back, we have Kyron, Kenneth Walker. 2 top 10 backs rest of season. James Conner here as an RB3, a solid flex play that we could consistently look at. So running back, we're extremely strong here as well. I mean, I'm trying to think of anything that we could reasonably do. I mean, typically in a league like this, I really prefer rostering the running backs that are an injury away, like Tyler Algier, from turning into a straight up league winner. So what I would do here is like, what's the ceiling that you have from Jalen Tolbert? What's the ceiling you have from Demario Douglas? In what world are they really going through, starting for you in this team and making a significant difference? I have no idea. I don't think it can happen. So what I would look to do is I would look to cut Tolbert. I would look to cut Douglas, pick up these guys like Tyler Algier and Braylon Allen, where if you were to get an injury this week to either of the players that are in front of them, then all of a sudden they do fundamentally change to be a league winner, even with a team as good as yours, even with the format that's this shallow. Because I just don't see what world you ever start a Mario Douglas in this league. Obviously, different league, different story, but this one in particular. Now, going over to what we have with tight ends, we're rolling out Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram, perfectly fine option. We have Dallas Goedert here as well. I'm trying to think if there's anything that you could possibly do. Because if Dallas Goedert was like my only tight ends, I would just drop Dallas Goedert to pick up Tucker Kraft if Kraft was on the waiver wire. But because we have a viable tight end in the short term and really in the long term, we are only thinking about the long-term upside that you have. I think you prefer Goddard over Kraft still. So you probably don't make that pivot. Overall, I absolutely love the team. There's not much we're wanting to do outside of waiting for Nico Collins to come back and healthy, we're 5-1, obviously, for a reason. You could afford to go out there and trade for McCaffrey if we can get him at a decent cost. And like I said, I'd probably cut the bottom end receivers, specifically in a format like yours with a team as strong as yours, so we can go pick up some of those running backs that are an injury away from having the true elite level ceiling. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next question from Skylar. Says, can't go 2-5 this week. Need help with the rest of the fill-ins. Really appreciate your advice. Running back, we're going to go with Jordan Mason, as well as I will still start Najee over Sermon. I'm not excited about Sermon in the slightest. No receiving usage in general, plus A-Rich wouldn't check the ball down anyway. A-Rich can steal rushing touchdowns. Wide receiver, this is where we're going with everybody. We're going to go Neighbors, Cup, Harrison, and actually, no, we're not even going to go here. We're not going to risk Harrison. We're just going to go McLaurin. McLaurin, much better matchup anyway. Now, obviously, if Cup misses, then you pivot from Cup to Harrison. Now, Stampede's coming out with a start sit question. Says, hey, Mason, 2-4, need production now. Who should we start at wide receiver 2, running back 2, and a flex? Tough next 4 weeks, all top teams. Well, let's go ahead and let's dive into this. Running back, we will go with Jordan Mason, completely off the injury report. Wide receiver, if Harrison is cleared, and if it sounds like Harrison is good to go for Monday night, then at that point, we're going to go ahead and we are going to be playing Marvin Harrison. If we don't have the clarity by the time we need to make that call, we will go Tyreek Hill. And then for the flex, we're going to play it safe. We'll just go ahead and we'll take Jahmyr Gibbs in a spot in which, obviously, it's a tough matchup, and maybe they have to throw the ball in the second half. Now, Wayne says, one last week with the top scorer in the league. I like Tank this week. Dell or Jacobs at the flex? I'm definitely going to go with Jacobs over Dell. I'm actually going to go A-Rich over Geno if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format as well. We're going to go Jacobs at running back. Oh, yeah, so just don't start Tank Bigsby for sure. Yeah, just bench Bigsby and go with Tank Dell. And even if ETN were to miss, I mean, at the end of the day, what? You're looking at a running back with one target all year with Tank Bigsby. The receiving upside severely capped. Lefty says, I have Josh Allen, A.J. Brown, Deebo Samuel, T. Higgins, James Conner, J.K. Dobbins, CMC on the IR, and ETN is on the bench. I would just rather have DeAndre Swift at this point. I understand having Allen wanting to go out and get the stack. ETN looks like a 0. If we got word that, hey, McCaffrey's coming back. Say next week we are told Christian McCaffrey will be back 100%. He's going to be back at practice, and he'll be good to go in week 10. If we are told that, then at this point, yes, let's go ahead and you could trade DeAndre Swift for Amari Cooper. But if this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex formats, I think you just prefer the running back with the 3-down workload. I think you just prefer the running back that has been, I mean, extremely consistent over the past 3 weeks. Now, Wetsy coming out with this start. It says, hey, Mason, 6-point passing touchdown league. Thank you for letting me know that. That does make a difference. Here we go with Sam Darnold in a 6-point passing touchdown league. The rushing upside of Kyler Murray is not going to matter as much. It is a great matchup for Darnold, whereas it is a very bad matchup for Kyler. Running back, we're going to go ahead and we will end up playing Travis Etienne if he's good to go. If he's not, we will go with Bucky Irving. But obviously, disgusting. Really do not want to play ETN, even if it's a decent matchup. And then obviously, we're leaving the wide receivers as is. Yep. X1 stream. I have seen your message 1,000 times and I already said we were going to reject. But moving this over, TB51 start sit question. Here, this is Darnold, Gibbs, Kyron, Smith, Wandale, Dalton Kincaid. And then going down to the flex, we do have a significant drop-off with no DJ Moore this week. Looking at Christian Watson, I think you're a little more excited if you have no Dontavian Wicks because the targets can be a little bit more concentrated. But I mean, what am I supposed to tell you? Go with Raheem freaking Mostert with no Tua? Am I supposed to tell you go Lazard with Devontae Adams in there? We have to go Christian Watson. I mean, I think you have a very low floor, but a very high ceiling based off the offense that you're in. Now, Weetabix, coming out of the trade question, this is Watson, Neighbors versus Adams and Cup. Neighbors to Cup, slight downgrade just because you have to take on some of the injury risk, but Watson to Adams, massive upgrade. I think we will go with the Devontae Adams and Cooper Kupp side. As personally, I am viewing Kupp as a top 10 wide receiver rest of season. Obviously, the same thing with Neighbors. You actually get an extra week out of Kupp, presumably, if he does play this week since he's already through the bye week. Now, Big Johnson coming out. This is Etienne Dell versus Chase Brown and Ladd McConkey. Give me Chase Brown over Travis Etienne relatively easily at this point. Ladd McConkey versus Tank Dell. Give me Dell. I think it's a very fair trade, and I think it's up to you. Can y'all please spam the chat? What side would y'all rather have rest of season? What side would y'all rather have here? We got Ladd, Etienne. I'm sorry, Brown, Etienne, Brown, Etienne, Brown, Etienne, Brown. Looks like most people are on Chase Brown side. I think you go with Chase Brown. Makes me feel good, obviously, having Ladd McConkey in the Flock League. Now, Too Much JV says, hey, I'm back. Just made this trade instead of the first one you helped with. Also did Puka for Ayuk. So, Leggett effectively a 0, a barely worth a Ross spot. Lamb to Tyreek and Brian Thomas. Interesting spot in that obviously Lamb is a significantly better option than Tyreek in the short term. If you think you get Tua back in a couple weeks, then obviously this is the side that you want, because once Tua's back in, you can make an argument for Tyreek straight up over Lamb. But obviously, everything here comes down to your personal expectations on if Tua will be back in. Because if Tua's not back in, we lose this deal. Now, moving this over to our next question. This one's coming out from a Gould. Here, it is a Superflex Dynasty league where we can get up to 4 receivers. We have Ramondre, Chase Brown, Achane Pacheco, Love, Huntley, Smith, Zay, Addison. So it's a Superflex Dynasty league where we're getting CJ Stroud by trading away Drake May, a couple wide receiver 2s and 3s. I would do this even without Travis Etienne and Darnell Mooney. Obviously, it's a deeper Dynasty format. It's hard to transition the redraft brain at this point of the season and to go, no, yeah, it's the start 10, start 11 Dynasty format. Obviously, picking up these additional starters will move the needle here. But still, CJ Stroud is in a completely different tier than Drake May in Dynasty, both from a floor and a ceiling perspective. I'm moving over to our next question. This is coming out from DJ Carter. Says 3 and 3. Should I take the risk of them both? I'm on top of the league analyzer after a trade this week. So you're giving up by far and away the best player here with A.J. Brown. This deal comes down to your personal belief on if you think that Tua is coming back in. Because if you think Tua is coming back in and you view Devon Achane as an RB1 when that does happen, you could potentially be trading a mid to high wide receiver 1 for a mid RB1 and a low end wide receiver 1. To be honest with you, I think you're taking on all the risk with this, though. I think I would rather have A.J. Brown. Maybe if you at least got to keep Javonte, I think maybe that's a little bit more appealing. But I think you're the one taking on all the risk if you're making this move. So I want to make sure that they are paying a premium for it. Okay. But real quick, I will be back in literally 10 seconds. I got to pee. Okay, I'm sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen, but we are back in. Next question coming out from M. Biongoy, something like that. This is CMC versus James Conner and T. Higgins. Looking at the team, how desperately do we need running back production right now? We have Kyron and Dobbins, so we don't really need it. A wide receiver, we have Harrison, Ayuk, Reed. So, I mean, we have plenty of depth. The only way that I go through and make this deal is if you're in a spot in which we need a win in the short term, but if you're like 4-2 or if you're in 5-1, I'd rather have CMC. But obviously if we need wins right now, you can go with the guys actually producing. Now Scram coming out with one of those free Underdog team reviews. Going to be excited to check this out for you. And I already know what we are going to say. Actually, this is a league that it's pulling in dynasty values. So there's a chance that this is a dynasty league. Okay. This is a dynasty league where we have by far and away, and I mean by far and away, the most value of any team here. Now, looking at what we have at quarterback, it appears to be a 1 QB dynasty league. Regardless of if the league analyzer is pulling this in correctly, we should be fine if it's a super flex or a 1 quarterback dynasty league. I mean, obviously, Kyler, viable option, both in the short and long term. Say the same thing about Goff. Drake May, more so a long-term play. But hell, during a bye week, you could go through and get Drake May in, even if it is a super flex format. Now, going over to running back, typically running back in Dynasty is extremely difficult to project anything out further than the season that we are in. Now, with that being said, we have one of the very few running back pairings that you can actually do that with, where we have the extremely young Jahmyr Gibbs, the extremely young Bijan Robinson. Beyond this, looking at Zach Charbonnet, Tyler Algier, Jaleel McLaughlin, Dearness Johnson. I mean, you're in a spot in which we can contend right now with this running back room. Honestly, on a 2-4 roster with this much value, I was kind of expecting that, oh, maybe this is a team that's dominant as a rebuilder. And honestly, as we go over and we look at some of the wide receivers that we have here, yeah, some of these guys are great in the long term, but they're also productive right now. Like going through and looking at this, Marvin Harrison, cornerstone asset. He can help you win right now, and he has the long-term value as well. Drake London, cornerstone asset. He can help you win right now, and he has long-term value. Garrett Wilson, help you win right now, and he has long-term value. Say the same thing with Waddle. We have Kupp in here to help us win right this second. It's a super deep dynasty league where we can get a bunch of receivers in this starting lineup. So absolutely love what we have here. You go over to tight ends and you are able to start Brock Bowers is the tight end 1 in Dynasty. He can help you right now and in the long term as well. So this is a phenomenal team. This is a team in which I think you can afford to go out and trade for an elite level quarterback. Obviously, we don't have our own 2025 first, so we are highly incentivized to try to contend right now. So if you wanted to try to send, say, Kyler Murray and a smaller asset and try to go get to Lamar Jackson, try to go get to Jaden Daniels, I think you could look to do that to really push this team over the edge. But in the reality of the situation is I think you're going to be able to contend kind of regardless here. Trying to think if there's anything that this team could reasonably... There is not. I hate to say this, but you are set up exactly for the format that you want to be in. And at the same time, you look at the league analyzer, we have almost double the value of the next team after us. We are built around all the elite wide receivers that should be productive right now and for years to come. So honestly, there's really not much I'm looking to do here. I wish all my dynasty teams looked like this. Hell, I even wish my redraft teams looked like this. Absolutely nuts. And clearly, we need to focus in on contending this year. So if you wanted to trade for an elite quarterback, you can afford it. Now, going over to Mix 7015 says, I've done 2 trades so far. Brian Robinson for Ayuk and Ladd. Don't love it. Javonte and Harris for Achane. I like that more. Hoping it doesn't get back to bite me. Good luck in the Flock League. Much love. Thank you. And let me hook you up with a free trade question in the future, my friend, as well as a free start set question. So if you have any other additional questions with this team, these should be free. If you ever wanted to send these over my direction on the site, you should have free vouchers for both. But this team name is Did He Do It? I actually do like that team. That's pretty funny. We are the number 1 team in the league analyzer. It's a league in which you can start 4 receivers weekly. So the wide receiver depth does matter a bit more here. Going over to what we have at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Jalen Hurts. So we have an elite quarterback going into the future. We don't need to roster another guy because this is a spot where Hurts is already through his bye. So it's kind of awkward where like Dak Prescott is sitting out there on waivers. And if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to pick up Dak, he's probably worth the roster spot. But it's like, okay, well, am I ever starting Dak over Hurts? The answer is probably not. Are we going to be able to trade Dak in a package deal to get an upgrade later? Maybe. I don't know. So for me, I would probably not pick him up, but a lot of it has to do with there are some other strong options on waivers as well. Going over to running back, we have Kyron. Kyron looks to be a top 3 running back rest of season. I mean, he has been just absolutely phenomenal here. We have Devon Achane as well. Both these running backs are through their bye weeks too. So, I mean, this should be a much better team going into the future. Obviously, when we get to a back in, I mean, Achane hopefully will go back to being an RB1 in fantasy. Rico Dowdle, solid running back depth piece. You have Zach Charbonnet, Tank Bigsby as these RBs that have roles weekly, but if there were to be an injury in front of them, then all of a sudden you can consider starting them. For Blake Corum to be on the roster, I understand why we are doing it because we have Kyron Williams. But to be honest with you, I just think that you have a higher ceiling with Tyler Algier here and kind of a higher floor in general. When you're this strong with this league, I don't want to be handcuffing our own running backs. While yes, maybe it raises our floor, it does lower our ceiling here. So I would probably rather go ahead and pick up Tyler Algier off the waiver wire. And if we can grab Algier and drop Blake Corum, I think it does just give you access to a potential top 10 finish at the running back position if you were to get an injury to Bijan Robinson. Another way that you can go about this is if you didn't want to drop, say, Blake Corum, I think you can drop Ricky Pearsall as well. Obviously, coming in this week, I'm very excited about Ricky Pearsall. I drafted him in a bunch of underdog drafts, so I really hope he does well. I'll do extremely well if he does well. However, with that being said, realistically, you're probably not going to see a ton of weeks where you can be confident starting him going into the week. Like maybe you get a random Juwan Jennings style spike, but he's going to be behind Ayuk. He's going to be behind Debo. He's going to be behind Kittle. So realistically speaking, I don't know exactly what we are expecting here. So I would probably just rather drop. I would pick up both Tyler Algier and Braylon Allen, where I think at least I can confidently say that if we were to get an injury to either Breece or Bijan, both Allen or Algier can turn into league winners. Because going over to wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, we have Amari, we have Ayuk, we have JSN, we have 4 startable guys every single week, and we have the top end running back production as well. So absolutely love what we have there. Going over to tight end, we have the elite option with McBride. So obviously we're not needing to roster another tight end here either. So looking at this team, I really like it. There are very few moves that I'd want to make. Like, I don't think you're really looking to make any trades here. I think what I would be looking at is most likely just going through and actually rearranging what you have specifically with the bottom end of the bench, maybe preferring to go through and pick up some of those options off the waiver wire that have access to the elite level ceilings if their situations were to change and they could turn into be league winners overnight. But thank you again. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. Clearly, we're the number 1 team in the league analyzer, so there's not much I was able to do. But also, like I said, I gave you that free team review voucher and that free trade question voucher. So if you have anything like that you ever want to send my way, feel free to do it, my friend. But let's move this over to our next question from Ecker Schnur. Y'all see that little girl in the back? See how strong she is? Can open the door. You want to come inside? Come on. Come on, pretty girl. What's wrong? Is somebody out there? Just in case y'all can't see the princess. Coming to say what's up. Come here. You want to come and say hi to everybody? What are you doing? I'm going to close the door on you. Okay, you're getting the door closed on. Little weirdo. Opens the door, does not. What are you doing? Get in here, girl. Come on. What are you doing? You weirdo. I know. You're being a good girl. You're being a good girl. You want to say hi to everybody? Come say hi. Oh. I know. You're a good girl. I don't know what's so scary out there that you have to be in here. They're over there. Tell them hi. Say what's up, peeps. Mason cut my hair today, so my collar's off. So I'm naked. I'm naked on the stream. I know. Good girl. Oh. Okay. So let's move this back over. I'm sorry. Brain Rot Squad. I like the team name. But anyway, this is a 16-team league. So depth is going to be very important to come by. And at the same time, options on the waiver wire are going to be extremely limited. Looking at the team in the league analyzer, currently we are sitting at 4. You do only need to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. But obviously, in a 16-team format, we really need to go through and change the lens that we are looking through these teams with and lower the bar dramatically. So looking at what we have, say, at running back, let's start off at quarterback. I think A-Rich is a top 16 quarterback right now. Like, I think you're perfectly fine at QB. I think we have a QB1. I think you have a long-term upside with Tua as well if A-Rich doesn't work out. Going over to the waiver wire at quarterback, it is extremely limited in a 16-team league. We are really going to need A-Rich to come through for us, of course. Going over to running back, we have Gibbs, top 16 running back in fantasy relatively easily. High-end RB1 in a 16-team league for sure. This is like a scenario that is completely different than a 10-team league, right? If you're playing in a 10-team format, they'll look at Najee Harris as my running back 2. I'd throw up a little bit. But specifically in a 16-team league, do I think Najee Harris is a top 32 running back? Yeah. So Najee could potentially be an RB2 in this format. Going over and looking at Austin Eckler, this is a spot in which Eckler may actually be a viable depth piece here. So running back looks to be completely fine. Going over to wide receiver, we have 3 startable players with London, Godwin, Debo, all 3 of whom can be top 16 options at the position. So we effectively have 3 wide receiver ones. We don't have too much depth at the wide receiver position. We are optimizing for depth at running back, and which makes sense considering you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex anyway. Going over to tight end, we have Laporta. This is just a phenomenal team. What the hell are we supposed to do with this team? Really, the only thing I could say is there are some waiver wire running backs that I probably prefer over Emmanuel Wilson. Like I personally would probably drop Emmanuel Wilson and pick up like Roschon Johnson. And once Ramondre is back and healthy, I'd probably drop Gibson and pick up Trey Benson. Just as running backs that I think possibly have a little bit of a higher ceiling than the other options on our bottom end of our bench. But I mean, that's just like a little tiny pivot, right? That's nothing dramatic here at all. What am I supposed to reasonably do here? I think you have a great team. I think that there is very little that we are able to do with this roster. If it was a 10-team league, it'd be absolute garbage. We desperately need to upgrade over RB2. I'd still like to upgrade over RB2 if possible. But with that being said, I don't know if we are going to be able to do it with a trade. And instead, you're probably incentivized to just go ahead and try to roster as many of these depth running backs as we can to try to find the next Jordan Mason and really win this league that way. But yeah, I think it's a really strong team in a 16-team format. And I wish I had more for you, but I think you're just kind of leaving it as is. But thank you so much for taking advantage of that Underdog promo, my friend. I really hope we were able to help you out. Now let's move this over to Aman Jot says, stuck on which wide receivers to start. Honestly, even wondering if we should start Kyler or Geno. If you have no Harrison, I wouldn't fault you at all for going with Geno. I mean, right now, the Atlanta Falcons, Seattle Seahawks offense, game kind of projects to be the highest scoring game of the week here. I probably go Kyler if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format. 6-point passing touchdown lead, we go Geno for sure. This seems so good. We have Kenneth Walker in our flex spot. Dear God. The best receiver to get in would be Amari Cooper. But Amari versus Tyreek Harrison, I definitely think you can play these other receivers over Amari until we get a little bit of time with Amari in this offense. I am more confident that you are going to get, say, Devontae Adams starting off hot with Rodgers, knowing that they spent so much time together, than I would be, and also same offensive coordinator, of course. Like there's a lot of chemistry there. Whereas Amari, this is pretty much like a brand new situation, right? So I think we leave this lineup as is. If it's a 6-point passing touchdown format, you go ahead and you take Geno over Kyler. But 4-point passing touchdown, leave it as is. But Isaac says how to use the Underdog promo. So if you go over to Underdog Fantasy, which I'd recommend going through the link in the live chat that says free team review, go over to Underdog Fantasy, set up an account with promo code FLOCK. And when you use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting that free Aaron Rodgers pick for Sunday night, and you'll get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. You just need to set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. And then the following day, Underdog is going to send me a list of the email addresses that signed up with code FLOCK, and we will go through and we will credit those accounts with free team reviews, with a free team review voucher. And then you can go through and you can go through the regular team review process where you would go through and just like any other time you'd go to the site to ask a question, go hit the expert advice button in the top right corner. You can go through the team review process. You go, I want a team review. I want to go with the Flock League here. This is my league. So bam, this is my team is Sal's Barber. Bam. And I want to ask Mason it. And if you have that free team review voucher, it will say $0 there. So hopefully that makes sense. But obviously you can go through and you can always ask whatever you want on flockfantasy.com regardless. With that expert advice button in the top right corner, you get a trade question, start set question, super message, whatever you're wanting. But let's move this over to our next question. This one coming out from McGrady. It's a start sit where we are struggling to choose a wide receiver 2 in a flex. May need upside after the Kamara stinker. It wasn't that bad with Kamara. I will probably go Brian Thomas over Tyreek this week in a clear bounce back spot against the Pats. You have a 24-point implied team total. Going over to the flex spot, it really comes down to Chase Brown versus Tyreek. I am going to be going with Tyreek. Obviously not super exciting with the horrible quarterback play in Miami. But what is a little surprising here is you actually do have sports books saying the Miami Dolphins projects out to score 20 plus points this week, which is much higher than what we had seen in the past. So probably going to go with Tyreek Hill here. But our next question coming out from E. Hasanik, something like that. This is Tank Dell Jameson versus Pacheco Ridley. Tank Bigsby Jameson. I would rather have Tank Bigsby and Jameson Williams. If we were looking at what we have with Pacheco fully healthy, it's a very easy spot to say, yeah, we will take Isaiah Pacheco. But I have no idea if Pacheco will be back at all this year. So I don't even think we take the risk. I think you just want Jameson here. Mr. Filthy Wubs, long time member of the flock, the longest time. My guy, I'm going to hook you up with a free trade question. Send that your way. I'm going to hook you up with a free start sit question. Thank you for sticking around with us for so damn long now. I really do appreciate you. Saying, hey, Mason, 5-1, made a lot of trades with a couple teams to acquire Tyreek, Nico, McBride, London. Should I hold or try to acquire anyone like Saquon or Henry? And maybe any receivers. Okay. First off, number one team in the league analyzer. Love to see it. Second off, it is an 8-team league where the depth doesn't matter much. So I think you are in a really good situation, 100%, to go after those guys like Tyreek, Nico, which we already did. Wait, what? Oh, no, yeah, we already made. Okay, so I actually love that we set up our team with these wide receivers, that we are looking at the long-term upside rather than short-term production, because specifically for us, we're the best team in the league and we can afford to do so. It does make a lot more sense to build around these long-term pieces. Now, going over to what we have at quarterback, we are rolling with Allen. Obviously, super pumped to have Josh Allen in a 14-team formats. With that being said, in a 12-team format. But with that being said, in an 8-team league, Allen's just kind of an average QB1, right? I think he's QB4. I personally prefer Lamar, Hurts, Daniels over Allen at this point. Just a little more consistent rushing upside. But regardless of the situation, we're chilling at QB. Going over to running back, we have 2 RB1s here in the long term with Kamara and Jonathan Taylor. Obviously, with JT, didn't practice at all this week, is going to be missing. And potentially, you may have no Jonathan Taylor next week as well, which could be a very frustrating situation. But we have Chase Brown as the back end fill-in. I would really like that in the 12-team format. 8-team league, not so much. But where we are set up extremely strong is over at wide receiver, where we are currently rolling with 3 wide receiver ones, even in an 8-team league for the long term, where we have Lamb, Tyreek, and Drake London. Extremely strong here. We have Nico Collins for the long term as well. We have Waddle that's going to get better in the long term. We have Dell Mooney, maybe as some short-term depth fill-ins. So wide receivers, the strength of the team. Going over to tight end, we have Trey McBride, obviously elite tight end that we're able to start every single week regardless. But I think I can immediately see a couple moves that I would like to make with this team. The first thing being is it's a no-brainer for us to go through and to pick up Puka Nacua. Out of all teams, we are the team that really should just be thinking long-term, and we don't need to worry about the production right this second. And we can field the starting lineup here kind of no problem. So I would drop Darnell Mooney. I would pick up Puka. Also, with that in mind, a similar move is I think I would drop Tyrone Tracy and pick up Jonathan Brooks and build around those long-term pieces. Because then at that point, all we have to focus in on is how do we get by in the short term? And then in the long term, when Tua comes back and we have Tyreek, we have Jalen Waddle, both getting a bump. When Nico Collins is fully healthy, when Puka Nacua is fully healthy, when Jonathan Taylor is fully healthy, I don't know who stops the team. Obviously, it's a team that in the short term is going to struggle with the injuries, but we're 5-1. Who cares? So I 100% think that is what we are wanting to do here. If it wasn't for all the injuries that we have elsewhere, I think it would maybe actually make some sense for us to potentially go through and see if we could potentially sell, say, like Drake London for Christian McCaffrey. But honestly, I don't think you need to push it that much further. I don't think we need to be thinking that much on how we go through and how we I don't know. Just get every injured player on this team because you'll already have so many. But yeah, I think it's a phenomenal setup that you put yourself in. It's going to get naturally better over the long term. And really, in the short term, the only thing that I would be focusing in on is, if possible, I would go through and I would drop Mooney, I would drop Tracy, and I'd pick up Puka and Brooks. But really appreciate you for sticking around with me for so damn long. And yeah, of course, you should have the free start sit question, the free trade question loaded up on your account. So if you ever have any questions about this team, you could send them my way, of course. But let's move this over to Evan. Here I'm assuming that he's just asking, do we want CJ Stroud or do we want Anthony Richardson? I would prefer Stroud over A-Rich. I think A-Rich isn't the worst start in the world here, knowing that you do potentially have the rushing upside in a decent matchup. You have no JT, so maybe they look to give Richardson a considerable amount of dropbacks. But you're taking on a lot of risk if you're starting Richardson, which you just simply don't need to with Stroud. But Lee Brandon coming out with a big-time donut says, what do I do? Never had this bad of a team in my 10 years of playing fantasy. Only player in my team, on my team that my league wants to trade for is Brees. This is a garbage team. If we were looking at the league analyzer, this is the worst team in the league. I'm going to hopefully be able to help you out. I'm also going to hook you up with a free trade question. If you ever want a trade question in the future, I'm also going to be hooking you up with a free start sit question as well. If you ever wanted to start sit question in the future, just make sure that you send those over my way. But yeah, thank you again. Going to be excited to check this squad out. And dear God, this is ugly. How did we get here? Okay. Round one pick, I'm assuming we took Brees. Round two, I'm assuming we took Jacobs. Round 3, maybe Olave. Round 4, maybe Laporta, or maybe we switch Olave and Laporta. Round 5, maybe Flowers. Round 6, maybe Chubb. Or obviously, maybe this team made a bad trade or two. But yeah, this team is in a tough spot. And Mr. Philly Wubs, I understand that there's no IR, but I think you can afford to hold Puka anyway. But anyway, looking at the quarterback position, we are currently rolling out Brock Purdy, so we are effectively streaming quarterback. Looking at the other options on the waiver wire right now, yep, I agree. Purdy would be my favorite streamer. Purdy has been my starting quarterback in the Flock League for quite some time now. So don't want to talk down on Purdy by any means. I mean, obviously, kind of relying on the guy. But yeah, definitely not excited about it. We're streaming QBs. Going over to running back, we have the top end RB1 with Breece Hall. It should be better going into the future. It is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. If this instead was a league in which you were to go through and you were to start, say, up to 4 receivers weekly or up to 5 wide receivers weekly, then at that point, I would 100% say, you know what? It sucks, but we may have to sell Breece Hall. Obviously, super exciting player, but we may have to package him in a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade elsewhere. However, probably not able to do that. Probably in a situation in which we need to hold on to our 1 stud, specifically in this kind of format. We at least have Chubb coming in where Chubb could potentially help us out here. We could potentially get that ceiling that we are looking for. Going over to wide receiver, Zay Flowers, my wide receiver 1. I'm pretty nervous. Chris Olave, my wide receiver 2. I'm pretty nervous. Then beyond this, Wandale, Demario Douglas, Alan Lazard. I think Lazard's probably easy to go through and cut at this point. I mean, going ahead and looking at what we have with waivers, I think I would pick up Keon Coleman. I think I'd pick up Calvin Ridley. I honestly am fine if you want to go Ridley over Keon. No harm, no foul. Obviously, with Amari coming over, it crushes Keon. But also, with Adams coming over, I think it crushes Lazard. So probably drop Lazard, pick up Ridley. Hope that Ridley can show some life here. And now that Jordan Mason is good to go as well, I think you can go ahead and drop Isaac Gurindo and pick up Braylon Allen. I would honestly say that regardless of if we had Breece Hall or not either. I think he's just a much better option. Tight end, we have Laporta. One thing that we could do with this team is if we could find somebody that still believes Laporta is the elite tight end, a top 3 tight end rest of season. And if we could potentially go through and sell Laporta and Zay Flowers and go get an absolute stud wide receiver. And then at that point, just pick up Komet and play Komet for free rest of season. It's definitely a team that our wide receiver room is weak enough where we can't exactly afford that top end option at tight ends. And I don't even know Laporta is that anymore. He looks like he's not. So, I mean, if we could get a decent price point for moving on from Laporta and getting that stud receiver in the lineup, I think we would be looking to do so. Obviously, that is much easier said than done. But I think personally, that's the move I'd be trying to make with this team. But, and then also the waiver wire pickups. But I really do appreciate you. I hope I was able to help out in some way. Like I said, I sent you over the free start sit question, the free trade question as well. But again, really hope that I was able to help you out in some way and really do appreciate you. And Mr. Stay Inside says, yo, just put in a start sit question on flockfantasy.com for Mason. Is that how you get on the show? Yes, that's going to be in order. We just go in order of all the questions that have come in. So if you just did it, you'll be on the end of the list, and then we'll be slowly working our way towards you. But Black Sunks says, new fan Mason, 8-team league. Also, should I trade a receiver for an elite running back? 8-team league, typically, yes, if we can. Looking at RB, obviously, Chuba Hubbard, must start option. Brian Robinson, if he's good to go, must start. Going over to wide receiver here, we are going to be going with the combo of Reed as well as Aaron Jones. I don't think you have to roll the dice with Marvin Harrison here in a tough matchup. And obviously, if Brian Robinson doesn't play, you go Aaron Jones there at RB, and then you put Harrison in here in the flex. But yeah, I think you can afford to make a 2-for-1 deal to get an elite RB. Typically, that's what we're wanting to do in 8-team leagues. But Phil, always happy to see us, as I'm 3-3. The best waiver pickups, Jonathan Brooks. We want to pick him up. Any trade packages you recommend, appreciate you. My friend, going to be excited to check this out. So running back, I would go ahead. I'd play Breece Hall as well as Chuba Hubbard this week. Really hard to drop any of these guys for Jonathan Brooks. Wide receiver, we're going to be rolling out London and Godwin as must-start options every week. And going down to the flex, we're going to be going with Devonta Smith here. I think Chase Brown would be really exciting if we had 100% confirmation that Zach Moss was Dunskies, that it was only Chase Brown going into the future. But I don't know. There is a little bit of inherent uncertainty with that. So I probably would just instead go ahead and play Devonta Smith. Now, I will say, of course, if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to pick up Jonathan Brooks, I would be dropping DeAndre Hopkins. And honestly, on my own team, I would drop DeAndre Hopkins for Brooks. But let's move this over to our next question here. This question coming out from Malinstia, something like that. But always out here in the chat. It's embarrassing. I still can't pronounce it. I need to take the time to learn how to do this. Milanista. Y'all know I can't read. But yeah, thank you, Phil, of course, for coming by. And Milan, I know you're always out here. If you want to give me a quick little tutorial on how to pronounce this, or if anybody in the chat wants to, y'all know I'm illiterate and I could use the help. But anyway, St. Brown to Drake London, or let's go St. Brown to Cooper Kupp, downgrade. James Cook to J.K. Dobbins, downgrade. But we're getting a Jonathan Brooks to Drake London, upgrade. Let's view it in a different way. Jonathan Brooks to J.K. Dobbins, upgrade. James Cook to Drake London, upgrade. St. Brown to Kupp, downgrade. I think it's a very fair trade. I think obviously the hot names right now are going to be the Kupp, London, and Dobbins side. Can y'all please spam the chat? What side would y'all rather have here? Are y'all going to be going with the Drake London side of this, or would you rather have the Amon-Ra St. Brown side? Please let me know in the live chat. We got London side, London side, London side, London side, London side, Amon-Ra, London, 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 Amon-Ra, London, 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 Amon-Ra, London, 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 London. So it looks like everybody is on the Drake London side. Yeah, I think you can go ahead. I think you can take London here, to be honest. Now, Jade Rodriguez coming out with a start set says, what's up, Mason? I'm back. Can't figure out who to start. Olave out. Also, A-Rich or Kirko Chains. I'm going to go with Kirk Cousins this week, to be honest. Kirk Cousins right now is in an offense that projects to be a top 3 scoring offense in the NFL if you are listening to sports books at the moment. So, yeah, I think you go with Cousins over A-Rich. And then for the flex, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Jordan Mason. Obviously, tough matchup. But still, I think if you wanted to pivot something, you'd go Jordan Mason. Actually, I don't even know. You'd pivot off of Smith or McLaurin to J.K. Dobbins if you wanted to pivot over. But honestly, I think we probably leave it as is. But J. Rodrigue out again says, tight end struggles with Russ Lovin tight end, but no Amari. Also, Harrison if he plays, or Hubbard or James Cook. Okay, so we 100%. I am actually going to switch this around a bit here, my friend. I bench James Conner in a tough matchup for James Cook here. I hope that James Conner outscores James Cook. I'm playing James Conner this week in the Flock League. So I'm really hoping that James Conner's to do, but it's a tough matchup. James Cook, fully healthy, has the receiving role, has been better. Going over to tight ends, obviously no Amari. You get a bump with the projected target volume for David Njoku. I would go Njoku over Freiermuth. Tough matchup for Freiermuth, where it should be one of the lower scoring game environments. I do agree, though. I think Russ is better for Freiermuth than Fields would be. Now, Benji, always happy to see us. To say, Mason, how worried are you about holding Tyreek considering to his risk of getting another concussion? So from my understanding of the concussion situation with Tua, and of course, I'm an idiot. I'm a random person on the internet with a microphone with no reliability whatsoever. So fact check this, do your own research. This is just my understanding of it. It's not that Tua is significantly more likely to have a concussion than another player. It's that when you have the repeated concussions, every new one that you have is more and more dangerous and more damaging. So from how I view it, it's like, hey, if Tua comes back, say in 2 weeks, and he gets another concussion, he's probably never coming back again. But it doesn't mean that he's inherently more likely to get a concussion and miss time than other quarterbacks. I'm sure he is maybe to a certain degree, but I don't think that's the major concern here. So I would have massive concerns for Tua from a real life perspective, from a human perspective. But if we were just talking fantasy football, I would imagine that if Tua's back, obviously if he gets hit again in the wrong way and gets a concussion, he's done. He's for real. But I'm not like thinking, oh, Tua has a 50% chance to get a concussion this next game and being out again. So I'm operating on the assumption, and I could be wrong, Tua's going to be back in a couple weeks. He'll probably finish the season. And during those games, Tyreek will probably be a top 3 receiver, personally. That's how I'm viewing it. Now, J. Rule coming out with a massive team review. Happy to see you. Excited to get into this. Let me go ahead and hook you up with a free trade question, my friend. Let me also get you hooked up with a free start sit question as well. Thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Of course, says, hey, Mason, been watching your videos since 2021. And I managed to win 2 years in a row. Could you assess the team after I lost Rasheed and the guy who is ranked last? He managed to fleece/scam or pay for a trade to get Tyreek, Diggs, and Pollard. I haven't made any trades this year. Should we start? Well, first off, if you're looking at the Rice injury, I'm sorry. Obviously, if Rashee Rice would be healthy and it would be on this team, I would imagine that this team probably would be at the very top of the league analyzer. Still pretty damn high. We are currently 4-2. It's a 12-team format where we are starting 2 wide receivers and 1 flex weekly. So the depth's not super important here. Quarterback, we have the elite name. We have Jalen Hurts that we're able to rely upon every single week. No hesitation. Already through his bye week. Don't need to roster another QB. Now, going over to what you have at running back, we currently have James Cook. James Cook looks to be in a really good spot, of course. Not much hesitation at all with this. I know Ray Davis looked good, but I still am assuming that James Cook is just the guy down the stretch. J.K. Dobbins breaking out, super solid RB2. Kareem Hunt looks to be a quality depth piece. Interested to see what kind of volume Kareem Hunt has this week. Chase Brown's breaking out here as well. So this is a very comfortable position at running back. We have about 4 guys that you can reasonably start weekly. Now, obviously, you're in a spot where you can afford if somebody comes and they're willing to dramatically overpay for J.K. Dobbins, where they're going, hey, man, give me Jalen Tolbert and J.K. Dobbins, and I'll hook you up with Chris Godwin. If we're able to make a move like that, then it's an absolute no-brainer. We don't need to think twice. Now, obviously, much easier said than done as we go over and we look at wide receiver. Here at wide receiver, we have Chase London. So we have the 2 top 10 guys rest of season. But beyond that, we are extremely limited. I mean, beyond that, you are looking at Jalen Tolbert, Khalil Shakir, Leggett, and Noah Brown. So thank God it's a league. We only have to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Obviously, we can go ahead. We can play a running back in one of those flex spots. But with that being said as well, you should be able to reasonably go through and trade for a wide receiver that we'd be excited about in that flex by giving up possibly one of these depth running backs to a team that needs help at running back more than you do. At tight end, we have the elite tight end in Bowers. In terms of waiver options that you have, I don't make any changes at running back. Wide receiver, I just don't see any upside with Noah Brown. I know Noah Brown had a decent little stretch with CJ Stroud, but the passing volume's not there really in Washington. You go through and you look at Jaden Daniels is averaging fewer passing yards per game than the Commanders did last season. Obviously, Jaden Daniels is elite from a real-life perspective, but just the rushing quarterbacks typically aren't supporting top wide receivers in fantasy. Look at Lamar. Lamar's been phenomenal forever now. He's never had a viable receiver. And Terry McLaurin's the alpha regardless. So I would just go ahead and I would just cut Noah Brown, pick up somebody like Ricky Pearsall, or honestly, I think you pick up another running back, as crazy as that sounds. It's like, let's go through this hypothetical. Terry McLaurin gets injured this week. Are you starting Noah Brown next week? No, you're not. And if you are, you're making a mistake. Whereas we go over to running back with like Ray Davis, Roshan, Trey Benson. If you were to get an injury to James Conner this week, all of a sudden Trey Benson's probably in your flex spot. So I would personally look to potentially go through and cut Noah Brown, pick up a running back off the waiver wire. If you wanted to potentially go through and look to sell somebody like Kareem Hunt and Jalen Tolbert and go get the best wide receiver you can. Obviously, if someone's willing to overpay, someone's willing to give you Evans, someone's willing to give you Godwin, we go ahead and we make that move, and it's a no-brainer. But honestly, I don't even think we have to do it if somebody's not willing to overpay for it. Obviously, we haven't been through the Week 12 bye, though. So Week 12, the wide receiver position is going to get pretty damn ugly for us with the bye weeks. But overall, I think it's a really strong team. I think there's a reason why we're at the top of the league analyzer, why we are 4-2. The only real thing I have is I just don't think I'd roster Noah Brown. And instead, I would look to go through and pick up a running back with upside. And obviously, if we can trade a depth running back for a stud wide receiver for the flex spot, we would, but that would require one of our league mates overpaying, and probably they're not going to do it. But I really do appreciate you, and thank you so much for everything. Like I said, I did set you up with the free start set question and the free trade question. So if you had any trades that were interested in you, you can send that over to my way on the site for free for us to look at one of these live streams. But thank you again. Really do appreciate you, and I hope I was able to help you out here, my guy. But let's move this over to our next question. This is coming out from P. Said Scott. This is Bijan Godwin versus Jacobs, Nico, and Jackson Smith and Jigba. So Bijan to Jacobs, clear downgrade. Godwin to Nico, clear downgrade. We're getting JSN. No, you don't do this. Nico fully healthy, different story. But Nico Collins on the IR. No, I think we keep Bijan and Godwin. Now moving this over to Ethan with the shifts. We are supposed to skip by both of his questions, he said. Hollywood coming out with our next question. Here, wide receiver. We have Collins, Olave, Downs, Juju, Douglas, DJ Moore, and Amari Cooper. We are going to go ahead. We will play Amari. Really, the only guy we're playing Amari over this week is Juju, Douglas, and Downs. And I think it's an easy call as well. Now that he's cleared, good to go with Allen. I don't think he's a must-start wide receiver by any means. But Juju dealing with a hamstring. Josh Downs, low-volume passing attack. Damari Douglas, low-volume passing attack. Now, moving this over to our next question. 50 caliber cat coming out with a start set. Says 2-4 must-win week. I'm cooked at running back. Nobody wants to buy Lamb for a running back worth his value. What are we looking to do? Please, for the love of God, do not start Drake May. A wide receiver, we go Deontay Johnson. And if Juju's good to go, we go Juju. If not, we'll pivot to Demario Douglas. Running back, you are freaking cooked. Under no circumstance am I really starting Tracy here, to be honest. If ETN plays, I go ETN. If ETN doesn't play, I go Bigsby. But almost under no circumstance am I playing Tracy with Singletary back in. I think Tracy will have a role, but not a role that I'm excited enough to start. I think what you hope is ETN misses and you go Bigsby. Double tap says, I already have Lamb, London, Brian Thomas Jr. at wide receiver. Neighbors to Derrick Henry, upgrade. Montgomery to DJ Moore, downgrade. I understand we are elite at wide receiver, but I personally think I would just prefer holding on to the Neighbors and Montgomery side. I think that DJ Moore is probably too much of a downgrade. Do they have any other receivers that are interesting other than DJ Moore? Not really. This team looks like they desperately need a wide receiver. I would tell them, hey, I'll give you Neighbors for Henry straight up. Or, hey, I'll give you Neighbors and Connor for Henry, DJ Moore. I think those would be the moves I'm looking to make. I don't know if I'm including David Montgomery with Malik Neighbors. Let's go ahead and let's submit that. And let me bring up some more questions here. And, of course, if you wanted to get any of your questions answered on the stream, and, dear God, got a little bit of an issue. I need to send that over to the devs. I know what happened. Okay. Let's move this back over. But of course, if you wanted to ask any questions, you could always go through the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. Or you can just go over to flockfantasy.com, hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. There you can ask a team review, trade question, start sit question, or you can send a super message, whatever you are wanting to do. If you wanted a team review, I would highly recommend taking advantage of the offer we have over on Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy with the link in the live chat and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will get that free team review in the live stream we're doing every single night. And on top of that, you're going to be getting a free Aaron Rodgers pick for Sunday night's game, more than less than half a total yard, which you can find that link in the live chat. But let's move this back over and get some more questions rolling here. We're skipping by Ethan's questions. And this one going to be from Ka Basin. This is McBride versus Debo Samuel. For me personally, I'd rather have the elite tight ends. Looking at the tight end position currently, we have Bowers. You know what? If you have Bowers, sure, go get Debo. Because obviously there's no world in which we're wanting to start McBride over Debo in the flex spots. I think this can make sense for your team. I would say in general, though, I have McBride ranked ahead of Debo Samuel. Now, moving over to our next question. This is coming out from TRGH. So, say Mason, going against first place this week, thinking Flowers and Cook for the 2 open spots. Wide receivers close. If Harrison is cleared and he is good to go, I think I could make an argument for Harrison over Flowers, but they're so close that if you want to go Flowers, I'm not going to fault you for it. James Cook, you absolutely have to start. James Cook is by far and away the best option here. And then for that last flex spot here, I think we will go with Marvin Harrison if he's good to go. If he's not, then we go Amari, but we go Harrison if he is. Now, King Squatcho coming out says, wide receivers are Lamb, Neighbors, Amari, Waddle. Running backs are Najee, Bucky, Algier, and Pacheco. Wide receiver here, Amari downgrading to Ladd. My thing is Tracy will have a role even with Devin Singletary healthy. But is Tyrone Tracy a good enough running back to start in a committee in the New York Giants offense? I don't think so. I think that this is a committee backfield. I don't know realistically how excited you can be about Tyrone Tracy in that kind of environment. So for me, I would just very easily rather have Amari Cooper for me. Now, Manny coming out says, love your content, need help on the flex spot this week. Thank you, my friend. Really do appreciate you. I'm looking at this running back. None of these guys are interesting. And honestly, this is super easy. You just go Debo Samuel. I understand tough matchup. I understand up and down target volume. But you have no Jawan Jennings. Yes, you have Ricky Pearsall coming in, but you still have no CMC. So I still think you get the artificial touches around the line of scrimmage as well. So yeah, for me, I think you have to go through. I think you have to play Debo. Now, going over to J Love, 2-4, happy BR League. I also have Josh Allen, Brees, and Devonta Smith. So going from Wilson to Harrison, I think is a slight upgrade post Devontae Adams trade. Mixon to Jacobs is a pretty big downgrade. You pick up Jordan Mason for your troubles, specifically because this is a 2-4 team where we need the production right now. I think that this is a team in which it actually does make sense to go out there and trade for Jordan Mason if you needed the extra starter. If you didn't need the extra starter there in that case, you could actually just hold on to probably the best player here in Joe Mixon. But if you need the extra starter on a 2-4 roster, I think it's a fair price point. But Mixon's the best player in the deal. You're giving up the best player. Now, I'm so terrible at fantasy coming out says 2 trades, Hubbard for McLaurin and Kittle for Achane. I would way rather have Achane over Kittle long term. If we're looking at Hubbard for McLaurin, I don't know. You have Ingram, Taylor on bench, Pollard. If Pollard is on your bench and you're going to start Terry McLaurin at wide receiver where you're that weak at receiver, I think you can make the trade with the expectation that Jonathan Brooks is going to be back in Carolina at some point. But honestly, tough spot. Now, Johnny coming out with a start set says, need the bet and make the Achane deal. Johnny says, need the best chances to win, currently sitting at 3-3 in a 10-team format. All right, well, let's go ahead and let's check this out. So we have no Brooks. Obviously, Mixon, must start name. Gibbs, must start name here as well. Wide receiver, no London this week. We're going to be going, no Lamb this week. We're going to be going with London and Smith. And then for the flex spots, I think you go ahead and you play Devontae Adams. And this is tough just because you have no Lamb, you have no Collins, you have no Pacheco. I personally go Ladd. I know some people would be looking at Sean Tucker here. My thing with Tucker is it projects to be a 3-man running back by committee in Tampa, where I definitely want him on my roster, and I think that there's a very real possibility that you're starting him next week. I just think that it's a tough spot for him to go from complete afterthought where I didn't even know if he made the team to all of a sudden a player that we're jamming in after a strong week one, despite the fact that Rachaad White's going to be back. And we are told that it is a 3-man running back by committee. So I probably go Ladd if he's good to go, but obviously need to monitor the hip. If he's not, we go with Sean Tucker. Now, J Love coming out with the start says, need a must win this week. We have to bench one out of these guys. If you have to bench one out of these players, it's going to be Marvin Harrison. Obviously, one, little bit banged up, plays late Monday night, not super confident with the availability. And two, also, if you're looking at Jordan Mason, completely off the injury report, we know 100% he is good to go. We know 100% you should get a baseline expectation with the amount of touches he'll see. And with Devonta Smith, with no Dallas Goedert, I actually think you do see a little bit of a bump when it comes to the expectation for the targets that he has. So if you're benching one of these guys, we go with Marvin Harrison. Now, Joel coming out with one of those free Underdog team reviews. Going to be excited to check this out for you. Love the team name. We got Marvin's room going. This is a 12-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, where we have the number 1 team in the league analyzer. We start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex every week. Going over to what we have at quarterback, we are currently rolling with Lamar Jackson. Obviously, when we have Lamar here, we're able to start him every single week. Don't need a backup quarterback. We can use the extra roster spot on a player with upside down at the bottom end. Going over to running back, super comfortable spot to be in, where you have the 3 viable options at the top with the combo of Brian Robinson, Aaron Jones, as well as Kareem Hunt. We have the long-term upside of potentially Jonathan Brooks coming in. And at the same time, we have Zach Moss, who maybe at this point is just a premium handcuff back, but nonetheless, you could see a path for him having work here in this Cincinnati Bengals offense. Going over to receiver, we have A.J. Brown, Chris Godwin, Marvin Harrison, Jalen Waddle, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. It's a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So when we're looking at this kind of wide receiver depth, I think it would make sense if you could potentially go through and look to sell, say, a player like Jackson Smith and Jigba in a 2-for-1 deal with Kareem Hunt and just go get that stud option for your flex spot every single week. Whether that's a running back or a receiver, preferably a running back. Going over to 2 tight ends, we have Pitts and Kraft. Definitely a situation in which I think you can roster both tight ends, play the matchups, play the situations between them weekly. I probably go Pitts over Kraft this week myself. Trying to think if there's anything realistic that we can have here. I know I would cut Tracy personally for Rome Odunze. Just because realistically speaking, if you are looking at Tracy, I don't see the world in which we are starting him in a committee in this Giants offense. So for me, I would cut Tracy. I'd pick up Rome. And then if we could try to sell, say, Jackson Smith and Jigba and Kareem Hunt and go get an RB that we're really excited about to put in the flex spot every single week, I think I personally would look to do that. But I think that's all I got for you. Again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock and supporting the channel. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. But B-Dub coming out with a massive dono. Really appreciate you. 7-3 right now in this league. I want to make a path to push to win this year because I think I have the talent. Well, first off, let me hook you up with a free trade question and a free start sit question here as well, my friend. Or if you have any of those, if you want to start sit help, you can obviously send it on the stream for me for free. And there's no like expiration with the voucher or anything. You can hold it as long as you want. But anyway, team name here is Jordan's dad. We are currently third in the league analyzer. It's an 8-team league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. Looks like it is it's not a dynasty format. Let me walk that back. It is tagged as a dynasty league here with the league analyzer. Beat up, can you... Actually, this is a dynasty league. Can you confirm, if you were in the chat, this is a dynasty league, right? It's not a super deep dynasty league in terms of the amount of players that we are rostering, but it appears to be a Superflex dynasty format in which we are, okay, perfect. It is dynasty. And can you confirm as well that you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, and 1 Superflex? Because if so, your team is freaking goated, like unbelievable. Because if this is a dynasty league in which you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, and 1 Superflex, quarterback is going to make up a crazy high percentage of our starting lineup output. Like typically, I play in a bunch of dynasty leagues. Dynasty leagues I play in are super flex, but typically like start 10, start 11 super flex leagues. So like quarterback productions maybe watered down a bit just because there are so many receivers in the starting lineup. But here, that's not the case at all. Here, you have 8 guys starting. 2 of them are QB. So 25% of our starting lineup output weekly is going to be coming from the quarterback position. I'm sorry, 25% of our starting lineup requirements. Then you go through and factor in for quarterbacks dramatically outscoring the other positions. We should expect like 40% of our week-to-week output coming from the quarterback room, where quarterback depth, 8-team league, doesn't freaking matter. Everybody's going to be able to roster 3 to 4 quarterbacks. Just divide 32 starting quarterbacks by 8 teams. Everybody has 4 starting QBs. So to go through and look at guys like Aaron Rodgers, Geno Smith, Matthew Stafford, these QBs not really worth anything in this league. I'm sure you know with the trade market, you could always pick one up for free if you really need to. So we have Stafford here to play in the buys, but that's not what's exciting. What's exciting is the premium quarterbacks are going to be absurdly valuable if you're looking at just the production that they account for in your lineup. The high floor, low ceiling guys, not so much, but the premium players will. And we are sitting with the combo of Jaden Daniels and Lamar Jackson, arguably QB1 and QB2 rest of season right now. So could not be more excited about this. This quarterback room by itself will win you weeks in this league. And this quarterback room by itself means that we are a contending roster. Now, going over and looking at what we have at running back, I think Joe Mixon's probably a top 8 running back here rest of season, so he's an RB1 even in this format. Say the same thing with Kenneth Walker, so we potentially have 2 RB1s even in an 8-team league. Devon Achane, extremely solid RB3 for us here. Obviously, we're not super pumped about going through and trying to project running back value beyond the year that we are currently in, but you actually probably can do that with how good Achane and Walker look still on their rookie deals. And then going over and looking at what you have with the depth, we even have guys like Bucky Irving, Zach Moss as options. So the depth of Sean Tucker here as well. Obviously, we need to move Sean Tucker dramatically up our dynasty ranks. But going over to wide receiver, we have Collins, Puka currently dealing with injuries. But it's a league in which you only need to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So it's not the end of the world at all, in which you're able to go ahead and you're able to start Brian Thomas, who's a cornerstone asset. We can build around him and for the long term, and we can contend with him in the short term. You start Chris Godwin, Deebo Samuel. Like wide receiver room's awesome. Tight end, we have Laporta and Evan Ingram. So we can go through and we can start. This is a phenomenal team, which 100% we should be pushing to win now with. But like, yeah, let's push to win now. What do we need to do? Relax, sit, make sure we show up to the commissioner's office to collect our league winnings at the end of the year. If you really wanted to do something, obviously, I mean, trading maybe one of the young stud future receivers with a running back to go get just a pure league winner from a rebuilding roster, you could look to do. Like, the thing is, I don't even want to tell you to sell like Brian Thomas here. Because, well, yeah, Brian Thomas, maybe we can get like a king's ransom if we were to sell him to a team that's rebuilding. So, what would we sell him for? What would we realistically need? We're 9-3 already. We're doing this with Puka injured. We're good enough to get by with the Collins injury for another 3 weeks. Collins comes back in. We have the top end production at running back. I wish I had something for you. Literally the only thing I have, which is stupid simple. I don't even want to tell you to trade. I was going to say trade a second for Kelsey, but not only do we have Laporta, but also we have Evan Ingram. This team is nuts. I really wish that I could help you out with something, but it's already crushing, dealing with significant injuries. I think you hold on to the future value and you're able to contend with the roster right now. But looks like the beat up also coming out with another big time dono for a team review. And I see you in the chat as well. If you have any questions, I think you just hold the other team. And if you have any additional questions about these, please let me know in the live chat. I'll be happy to talk through this with you. And let me go ahead. Let me hook you up with another team. Let me hook you up with another few free vouchers, my friend. Let me hook you up with a free trade question voucher and a free start sit voucher for you. But thank you again. But this is a redraft 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So here, wide receiver depth doesn't matter at all. And obviously not thinking about 2025 and beyond. Saying not sure what more to do at this point in this league. I just don't know how to overcome the current favorite, the defending champ. What more can be done? Well, we are currently second in the league analyzer. And in general, just in this league setting, we are wanting to just spam 2-for-1 deals and try to get upgrades where they make sense. Looking at quarterback, we have Daniels. Obviously, when we're chilling with Jaden Daniels, we don't need a backup quarterback here. We're playing him every single week regardless. Absolutely love to see it. And in a league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, having an elite quarterback, having an elite tight end will make a big time difference for us. Going over to what we have at running back, we have a top 3 RB with Derrick Henry, another top 10 running back with Mixon, another RB1 in the long term with Achane, assuming that Tua does return. So running backs, nuts. Where we have the depth of Dowdle and Moss. Wide receiver, though, we have a top 3 receiver, assuming that you end up getting Tua back in with Tyreek Hill. We have London here as well, top 10 receiver. So we have 3 running back 1s. We have 2 wide receiver 1s. We have the depth of receiver with Amari, Jameson, Wandale, Bub Means. I think we can go ahead and drop Bub easily here. In terms of looking at what we are doing with the pickup, I think it's a very easy spot to pivot over and just get a running back off the waiver wire. Because realistically, with how strong this wide receiver room is, what wide receiver do you ever pick up that you could actually turn around and start? Whereas we go ahead and you look at some of these options on waivers, like at running back, you have Zach Charbonnet there, right? So if you're picking up Zach Charbonnet and dropping Bub, I mean, yeah, we're not starting Charbonnet in any game that Kenneth Walker's healthy. But if Kenneth Walker goes down, that second, Zach Charbonnet turns into a league-winning RB. So I would go ahead. I would cut Bub, pick up Charbonnet. And honestly, if we could squeeze a little bit of value out of the depth receivers on top of that, I would. Like if you could potentially say, go through and sell maybe Evan Ingram in a package with Jameson Williams, 2 guys coming off extremely strong weeks, and pivot over to a tight end that we believe's in a better offense that also looks like a top end option. Say if you can go through and pivot over to like pivot over to Travis Kelce by selling Jameson and Evan Ingram, pivot over to George Kittle. I think we would be looking to make a move like that. I think that's really the only thing that you can do here in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, but that's what can separate us from the team above. Where you look at the team above, while they have the extremely strong receivers, extremely strong running back room, so do we. We have the elite quarterback. They have a top end tight end. I think we need a top end tight end in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. Like this team has Kelsey. If we can somehow convince them to take, even Amari and Evan Ingram and give us Kelsey. Or going over and looking at this team, they have McBride. We can send them Jameson and Evan Ingram for McBride. This team has the Harrison injury. Maybe they're worried about having to start Dell or Worthy. Go send Jameson and Ingram to get to Kittle. I think that could make sense. I don't want to cut Bub. I don't want to pick up Charbonnet. And I think that's it, unless you have another question for me in the chat. Please let me know if you have a question for me in the live chat right now. Beat up. I would love to try to help you out in any way that I can, but I think your team's phenomenal. I think we just got to wait till Tua is back. Tua is back. I think our team's better than the team above us, to be honest. Okay. But yeah, thank you so much. I really do appreciate you. And like I said, you should have multiple free vouchers for both start sit questions and trade questions. So obviously anything that you have, don't hesitate to send it over to me. But let's move this over to Dez's question. It says, a few injuries and late games. Any safer / ceiling plays? I have Tucker or Sterling Shepard as a backup. Dear God. Do not start Sterling Shepard, for the love of God. We're going to go with running back Chuba Hubbard. Yes, please. Wide receiver. Oh, you mean if Evans misses? I got you. We're going to be, dear God, you have so many receivers out this week. We're planning on Marv Evans going over to tight ends, Laporta. And then down here in the flex, obviously, David Montgomery. And I guess, you know what we're going to do is we will put Juju in at wide receiver and then Evans in at that flex. That way we could pivot over to Sean Tucker if we needed to. But yeah, really tough spot. You really have to hope that Evans does play. And then obviously need to monitor Juju as well. If Juju misses with the hamstring, then we play Christian Watson instead. Hopefully get more information tomorrow. Now, Cujo coming out with a trade question. This is my running back, Henry, Singletary, Bigsby, Irving, Eckler, Brooks. Receivers are St. Brown, Neighbors, Diggs, Smith, and Garrett Wilson. Diggs to Deontay Johnson, slight downgrade. Bigsby and Singletary to James Conner, big time upgrade. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Conner and Deontay, especially if right now Devin Singletary is our RB2. Just give me the upgraded RB2. I don't think it's too big of a downgrade at wide receiver 2. Now that Morris kid coming out with a trade question says currently 4-2. DK was on my bench, moved him and Douglas for Nico. What are your thoughts? As always, much love, much love. And if we're 4-2, DK's on our bench, this is an absolute no-brainer trade. As we're just moving depth that we didn't particularly need to go out there and get the elite level player for the fantasy football playoffs. I think it's an absolute no-brainer. And of course we want it. Now moving this over to Tex Raid. Say Mason, 4-2 projection, plus 15 points on the Broncos defense. Oh, dear God. I had to go up against the Broncos defense. Luckily, I started Javonte, but highest floor question mark. Who gets dropped for the IR returns and then a try 2-for-1 deal. Well, appreciate you, my friend. Looking at the flex, the guy that I would drop here on this roster. Oh, dear God. Tyler Algier is probably the drop. Unless we have a backup tight end. No. Backup quarterback. If you want to do a 2-for-1 deal, upgrade quarterback, I would love to do that. And then for the flex play this week, we're probably going to play Pickens. With the swap to Russ, I think there may actually end up being more passing volume in Pittsburgh, to be honest. Now, of course, the Steelers may be worse because the rushing production will come down dramatically. But the passing volume may be there. Okay, so let's move this over to our next question. Next one coming out from Sita says, what are your thoughts? He offered me Kyron for Mike and Ryan Robinson. Let's double check the team here. This is a 12-team league where you can't start 4 receivers weekly, so that does matter. Afterwards, we'd have Kyron Williams, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bucky Irving, Pacheco at running back. Wide receiver, we'd have Lamb, Reed, Brian Thomas. It's close given the league format where depth matters a little bit more. But for me personally, I am just viewing Kyron Williams as a top 5-ish asset in fantasy football rest of the season, especially if you are going to be getting this offense healthier coming out of the bye week. I think that really could dramatically help here. But let's move over to our next question. This one coming out from Marcus. This says start sit, and we're not sure who to flex. Much love. Going to be excited to check this out. Kyron Walker is just absurd to have as your running back pair. Not even to mention that you're going to get Taylor back long term. Wide receiver, St. Brown. Kirk probably. Like, who else you could go with? Douglas? You have a 24-point implied team total here in Jacksonville. Should be, no, we're going to go JSN. We're going JSN. Tight end, Laporta, and I guess we end up having to go Kirk at the flex, right? Because here, Jonathan Taylor's going to miss. Sermon is a viable play. I'd rather have Kirk over Sermon. And then between like Mario Douglas, Calvin Ridley, Trey Sermon, it's close. I do go Sermon. Issue is Anthony Richardson's going to have a low check down rate. Anthony Richardson may steal rushing touchdowns at the goal line as well. So by no means is this an easy call, but it is something I think you can do. Now, Mr. Stay Inside coming out with a start set. Here, quarterback, we have Allen. Running back, we have Walker, Bijan. Wide receiver, St. Brown. And then for that second wide receiver slot, I think we go ahead. We take Brian Thomas. And then for our flex, Achane Tyreek would be very interesting. Can we go ahead and look at the projections that you have on Underdog for these guys? Tyreek, higher, lower, 56.5 receiving yards. Achane, 71.5 total yards. You'd assume Tyreek has more receptions. Achane more likely to get the touchdown. Super, super close. I think Achane probably gives you the higher floor. Tyreek probably gives you the higher ceiling. But we're definitely going to go with one of the Miami guys here. Just kind of up to you on that. Now, it's J-Rocks to say, Mason, wondering who you would start between Sermon and Goodson. Really stuck with DJ Moore on bye. I absolutely hate it. Let me see. Do we have any? Yeah, you don't have anybody else here. But we are going to go Sermon over Goodson. If you look at Sermon, he did have 18 rushing attempts last week. Now, obviously, with that being said, he was very inefficient with them. He looked very bad. I think we all know that, but realistically speaking, I don't know what we could look to do here. I don't know if you can go Goodson as a running back and say, oh, he's going to have more usage as a receiver. But then you look at the fact that AR is not going to check the ball down. Who cares? So I probably go Sermon, but I don't like it. But Stocksy coming out. This is Chase Brown, Kyle Pitts versus Deontay Johnson. Looking at the squad, is this a dynasty league? This is a dynasty league. Okay. With it being a dynasty format, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take the Kyle Pitts and Chase Brown side of this. Where obviously, from a redraft perspective, you can make an argument that Deontay Johnson looks like a low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2, and that he's going to be able to come out and he's going to be able to really push us to win this year. But you can honestly maybe say the same thing about Chase Brown, if Chase Brown is taking over as the starting running back here in Cincinnati, and also you get the youth with these ascending assets versus the descending. Okay. So let's move this over to our next question. I don't think we have too many more to get through. But next one coming out from D-More Doach says, looks like Myers won't start. I'm cooked. Kamar didn't play well. I only have Pickens. We need some help. All right, let's figure this out. St. Brown, super easy. Chase, super easy. This is a great team. You freaking have St. Brown, Jamar Chase, and Alvin Kamara. We're going to go Evan Ingram over Njoku. You're saying you don't have St. Brown or Chase? Or saying for the flex? Yeah, play Pickens in the flex spot. Pickens for the flex may actually not be the worst call this week. Obviously, don't like the matchup. But it may be a little bit better with Russ under center. Now, J-Rule coming out with the start sets to say, Mason, thanks for the free team review. Playing the top player. Wondering if I should put... who I should put at the flex. Okay, let's figure this out, my friend. Appreciate you, of course. It comes down to just two guys, Chase Brown or Kareem Hunt. It is a really tough situation between the two, to be honest with you. With Brown, I do think he's the more efficient back at this point of his career. It seems like we should expect that Clyde Edwards-Helaire does have some touches. I definitely have Chase Brown and Kareem Hunt in the same tier. But if we expect them to see a similar workload, let's go with the running back in a better matchup that is heavily favored in the game where they should be able to run the ball in the second half. Now, Masters Chief coming out says, who's a good running back to target in a trade for Godwin? Going over to the rankings on the sites. We'll just use the expert average. If we were trading Godwin, I think you do need a top 10-ish running back. I think you need Mixon, Taylor, Bijan, Gibbs, Walker, Kamara, Brees. I think that's the range that you're having to look at. I mean, because obviously Godwin, still projects to be a top 10 wide receiver rest of season. Has been much better than that so far. And all of a sudden we have this mysterious Mike Evans hamstring injury. Now, Official Rob coming out with a start set question. Here, wide receiver, we have Reed as the locked-in option with Lamb on bye. And then for flex, we are going to go ahead. We're going to play Josh Jacobs in a great offense in a situation in which he should see a 3-down workload. Now, B. Cosme says, Mason, please cook. Got this offer. I'm intrigued because I'm worried about my running backs long-term. It's a happy BR format. Thanks. Hilarious that we actually just said if you could trade Godwin for Walker, we would. I go ahead. I make this move. Walker has given you an extremely high floor and an extremely high ceiling combo if you are looking at game environments where the Seahawks team is winning versus game environments where the Seahawks team is trailing. You even have the receiving usage if the Seahawks are getting blown out and we have 50+ Geno Smith drop back. So absolutely love to see it. And yeah, I think we go through and we take Walker. But happy BR format, running backs will typically get a bump in the flex spot as well in comparison to receivers. But let's see if we've had any additional questions come in. A B-Dub coming out with a start set. This is the first start set voucher I think that we've ever had used. But anyway, here at wide receiver, we are going to go through. We are going to play Tyreek and Amari's close. I think we go with Tyreek and maybe get the confirmation with the Amari roll and what's going to be going into week 8. But there is an outside chance that they slow roll him to start. And then we probably go with Achane over Amari as well. Because the thing is, going up against Tennessee for Amari, like, you are favored by 9 points. So I don't think they need to like get Amari on the field for 90+% of the snaps. Like, with Devontae Adams, I think that you probably expect the Jets to do it, but I don't know if we expect that from the Bills. But De Niro says, do you think this is a solid lineup? 2 and 4, we really need a win. So wide receiver, yeah, I would go Devonta Smith over Harrison. Flex, Thomas versus Harrison is very close. I personally think we're going to get a bounce back with Thomas. So with the uncertainty of Marvin Harrison, I think you can go ahead and go for it. I would go Kyler over Mahomes as well. So yeah, I think it looks like a really good team, especially now that we're getting James Cook back in. But B-Dub coming out with another one of those free start sit questions. Here we are looking at wide receiver 2 between Thomas, Shakir, Lazard, Debo, and JSN. So it's really between Thomas and Debo. I think we go Debo, especially with no Jennings. Here at tight end between Evan Ingram and Sam Laporta, it's tough. I'm going to go with Evan Ingram, however, knowing that Sam Laporta has a tough matchup against the Vikings. And then going down to the flex spots, Bucky Irving, 3-man running back by committee. Zach Moss just effectively lost the job. It's really Achane or Brian Thomas for me. I'm going to go with Achane with the safe 3-down floor, where sportsbooks are telling us that Dolphins offense should be better this week than what they had been so far this season. Obviously, if you believe them, it's kind of up to you. We don't know yet. But B. Cosme says, thanks for the good call last week. Sat Harrison for Bucky. Please cook again. Try my best, my friend. Looking at this, I think wide receiver, we go with Kupp, assuming that he is good to go. And then for the flex, we are going to go ahead. We will take Harrison. Now, if we get word that it seems like Harrison will miss, then maybe at that point we have to pivot over to Chase Brown. Or also, if we end up getting word that you'll have no Cooper Kupp, then you go Harrison at wide receiver, and then you go Chase Brown in the flex. So Chase Brown's your backup option here, but I think this is your plan A. But let's submit that. And I think that should be all the questions that we've had in this live stream get submitted through the sites. So, of course, if y'all ever wanted to submit any questions over on flockfantasy.com, you can always go over to flockfantasy.com, hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can send a team review, trade question, start sit question, or a super message. Whatever you are wanting, you can send it literally whenever you want, even if we are, even if you don't want to come out to a live stream, you don't even have to. You can send it. I will answer it in the live stream, and as soon as I answer it, you will get a custom link sent to you through flockfantasy.com that will take you to the exact second that I answered your question in the live stream. So you can go ahead, you can ask a question on the site literally at any time of the day, whether you want to come to a stream, you're in a stream, or whenever. I just go through and I answer them in order. So to be honest, if you had a question, I would recommend just getting it in as soon as you can. That way you're at the top of the queue, rather than if you wait till we are actually live streaming and then you get your question in, then it may be a little bit while until it gets answered. But if you wanted that free team review, I would recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have over on Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll be getting a free Aaron Rodgers pick, more than less than half a total yard for the Sunday night game. And on top of that, you'll be getting a free team review. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who to send the free team review voucher to. But much love. Really do appreciate you, and really hope I get to see you out with the live stream tomorrow night.